to kill him, he also got stuck in the mud. By then, dawn was breaking, and the monkey was completely exhausted, crying and lamenting his fate. The monkey was when the butler arrived and saw him. The king ran to see who the thief was, and when he entered the cellar, he was amazed to see his monkey imprisoned. And he was so enraged that he ordered them to take him out and tie him to the chestnut trees so they could pour 2 buckets of boiling water over him and insert a hot iron bar up his rear end. The servants took Monkey out and tied him to the trees while they went to heat the iron and went alone and water. The monkey happened to be by his friend Leon, who asked, "What are you doing here, little buddy? Why, good buddy, you who are so kind and big, why don't you eat the calf and save me?" Comrade Leon was starving because it had been several days since he had tasted even water, so he told the monkey, "Well, what should we do?" The monkey replied, "First, you need to untee me, taking your place. I bet they caught you stealing chestnuts." Then the monkey replied, "Oh, little buddy, if you only knew what's happening to me. I'm sure you wouldn't laugh at me, but rather save me." Hearing him speak with such sorrow, Leon asked, "What's wrong, little buddy?" And the monkey answered, "How cruel they are to me, little buddy. Who would ever think that a little monkey like me is going to eat a big calf? Especially when I don't have the slightest appetite. Then 2 men will come to ask if you're going to eat the calf, and you'll tell them, yes, that you'll eat it all. They'll give you the calf and leave you in peace with a full stomach." "Ah, very well," said Comrade Leon. "Let's get started." And quickly he untied the monkey and took his place so that the monkey could tie him up. Leon would wag his tail in happiness and couldn't wait for the cow to arrive. Finally, the men came with boiling water and an iron bar that was almost red hot from its heat. The little monkey tied him up tightly so he wouldn't escape, and when he finished tying him up, he said, "Goodbye, little Leon. Enjoy the cow and don't go too full." And he went away, leaving poor Leon tied up and with a water log mouth. Compadre Leon, thinking they were asking if he was going to eat the cow, answered, "Yes, I will. Yes, I will." And Leon thought the bar was the grill they'd used to cook the cow, and that the cow was coming in the pots of water. When the men arrived, they said, "Ah! You were once a little monkey, and now you've become a lion cub, but this won't help you." Little Lion, in pain, cut out his bondscape before they could do something even worse to him. He ran off bellowing like a bull when it's branded. On his way, his companion, Monkey, caught up with him from afar and said, "What happened, little lion, burnt little one? If you're going to eat it, little devil," they said, and saying and doing, they poured 2 pots of boiling water over him and left him just like a perfectly cooked chicken ready for the pot, lighter than ever. And before their companion Ling could recover, they stuck a hot bar through his rear end, leaving him as a whipped dog. Did you eat the calf? It would have been pretty tasty, right? Right. Burnt Lion, barely able to speak from the pain, stopped for a moment and answered, "I'll make you pay well, mischievous monkey." The vixen almost died laughing when she saw her companion lion cub with the burnt tail, and she mocked him mercilessly. Once the little lion cub with the burnt tail was better, it went to where a cunning vixen lived, who was as wicked as they come, and could see beneath the water's surface. It asked her how to catch the little monkey. After exhausting her laughter, she advised the lion cub to go to the river bank and hide well behind a stone without saying a single word, because every day the little monkey came there to drink. The little lion cub with the burnt tail thanked her and went where the vixen had instructed, hiding and waiting for the monkey's arrival. Water, shall I drink it? And so he kept at it until Comrade Liang got bored and said, "Take me no more, little monkey." As he was doing so, the monkey arrived, and the lion cub got a good look at its tail tip. The monkey then became aggressive and, before drinking water, began to say, "Water, shall I drink it? Water, shall I drink it?" Then the little monkey replied, "I don't drink talking water, because there is my little comrade Leonito Petito burned," and he took off before Comrade Leon could catch him. Comrade Leon emerged from his hiding place furious because he hadn't caught the little monkey, and went where Comrade Fox to tell her what had happened. Comrade Fox almost hit him upon seeing him so foolish, and after challenging him properly, she said, "Go back again and stand behind the same stone, and don't say a word, even if you wait all day. Water, shall I take it?" Until he got tired, and since no one answered him, he started drinking water. This is what I was doing when Leoncito Potito burned, took a leap, and caught the monkey by one hand. Comrade Leon promised to stay quiet, and left quickly to hide before Little Monkey arrived and caught him. After a long time, Little Monkey arrived with a stick in his hand and started saying the same thing as before. "Water, shall I take it? Water shall I take?" The monkey, all distressed, said, "Look, little guy, forgive me this once." But Leo didn't listen. He went back to Cometra Fox. She, upon learning what happened, took a twig and rubbed Leoncito's back to make him stop being silly. "Well, little guy, since you won't forgive me, don't hold on to that little hand, because it's sick. Grab this other one." Leon reached for the other hand, but instead he grabbed the stick that the monkey had extended. As soon as the monkey was free, he let out a scream. "Great! My friend Leoncito Petito burned. By grabbing my little hand, you now have the stick." Leon grabbed the stick and broke it into pieces, swearing and cursing that the monkey had done it again. After he gave him a few swats, he said, "Go to the palm tree where the monkey is going to lunch, behind the willows so he doesn't see you, and don't pay him any attention, and take a good rope to bring him tied up." Comrade Leon thanked his godmother Fox and promised to follow her advice to the letter. From the top of the palm tree, he saw Comrade Leon approaching, making himself look like a victim, and he started screaming, "Little lion, burnt puppy, why don't you climb up to the palm tree to eat coconuts with me?" It was getting late, so Comrade Leon, out of sheer boredom, did what the monkey instructed. He threw the rope and tied himself firmly around his waist. The monkey said, "Oh, little guy, how many coconut treats will you eat? And then you'll eat me." As Lion went up, the monkey went down. When Comrade Leon was about to reach the top, he saw that the monkey was below. Full of anger, he said, "Ah, trickster, you've deceived me." They're really delicious. Leon's mouth watered, thinking about the coconuts, but he remembered his godmother Fox's request, and the swats she had given him, and answered the monkey, "I don't want coconuts. I'm coming to eat you." But the monkey replied, "Just climb up, little one, after we eat coconuts. You eat me." Cut a tip from the rope and he ties the other around his waist, and I pull it up. "But you'll have to pay." And as he was about to come down, the monkey said, "My poor little lion is all fried," and he tied him firmly to the palm, leaving poor Leoncito hanging. Comrade Leon was already desperate, because nobody was helping him. On the contrary, they were passing by and mocking him like a devil. Then his comadre Zora passed by and saw him. Instead of helping him, she started challenging him. The monkey started to make him angry, telling him that he was a fool, that he had harmed him 3 times already, and still hadn't learned his lesson, and that to celebrate his devilry, he would steal more dried meat. Comrade Leon begged for forgiveness, saying he wouldn't be stupid anymore. So Comadre Zora forgave him, and to save him later, she cut the rope, where poor Leon, a son of my soul, almost killed himself from the blow he received. After challenging him again, Comadre Zora said, "Look, comrade, pay close attention to what I'm going to tell you, because if you don't do as I say, I'll give you a piece of my mind myself. Go to the witch's cave behind Palermo Hill, and there, with complete certainty, I will catch Monito, because he goes there every day to grind the charqui." The little lion stood at the door and said, "Ah, naughty monkey, at last. I'm going to kill you. After all this time, you've made fun of me. And goodbye, comrade. Don't forget what I tell you, and don't go and make the same mistake again." The little lion, burnt and scurvy, went where the fox had told him. When he arrived at the cave, he found my good monkey inside, grinding charqui. The monkey, without being upset or hurried, said, "Good thing, companion, that you're so angry with me. When I was thinking of coming right now to see you and ask for your forgiveness." "Scurvy one," said the lion, "are you still not satisfied with what you've made fun of me? But you won't laugh any more, because your end has come. Say your act of contrition." Then the monkey said, "Well, since it's so kind of you, take a piece of charqui. It's very good. But little comrade Leoncito, why don't you forgive me better? Everything I've done to you has been a pure joke, just for fun, and to see what expression you'd make." Tired of his constant nagging and thinking he might escape, he said, "You've already eaten all the jerky and granted everything you wanted, so I'm waiting for you." The comrade Leon sat down at the door, and the monkey said, "I'm coming." "I don't want any," answered the lion. "The only charqui I'm going to eat is you, so get ready." "Good," he said, the monkey, "but as all prisoners in the chapel have the right to ask for and have their grace granted, I ask that so my comrade Leon will eat me better. Let me finish this jerky, and then, so I don't suffer too much, you open your mouth and close your eyes, and I'll jump into your mouth head first." And so the comrade Leon opened his mouth and closed his eyes, but the poor lion didn't expect what was going to happen. The monkey took the stone he'd been using to crush the jerky and hit him on the head with it, breaking it into pieces. Later, as he found it dry, he began making a knot with the skin of the poor little Leoncito. After finishing, he stood at the door to test it. Satisfied with his work, El Manito started dancing joyfully and wanted to keep a memento of his companion Leon, who had pursued him despite having little success. He grabbed a knife and skinned Leon. The next day, he left it in the sun to dry. Just then, the fox passed by and said, "How pretty your body is, Manito. Would you like to try it?" "Go ahead," said El Manito. After thinking about how they should test it, El Manito suggested we each throw our knot once, and whoever falls first will have to serve as the other's horse. "But I'll go first, because I'm bigger than you," said the fox. "Now I'm going to saddle you, and we'll set off through the fields." He made a little saddle out of the scraps of leather that were left over, and put the good monkey on top of the fox. The fox was all enraged because she had been caught, but she said, "The monkey will pay me back for this," and took her through some fields where there were many peasants. "Fine," replied El Monito, "but mark your throws or you'll regret it." The fox caught the rope and began to drag it while the monkey prepared to cross. "It's done," said the fox, and the monkey passed like a devil without the fox catching him. "You're cooked, little fox. You'll fall into my trap and become my mare." When the fox had passed and the good monkey had thrown the rope halfway over her belly, the monkey said, "I told you so," as the monkey went saying, "Boy, what a fine little mare I've got." He didn't notice where they were going. When the peasants saw the fox, they thought she was going to eat the chickens and sent their dogs after her. Old Mother Fox, from the fright she is in, is still running, and all's well that ends well. And let this serve as a lesson to you about a broken slipper, so that you will tell me another story. The following tale, told by the same Beatrice Montesinos, is a variant of the final part of the one just read, 20. The mischief maker Beatrice Montesinos. This was an old woman who had a very small son, but very clever, and his name was Mirko. The fox crouched at the edge of the blackberry bush, but as she saw that it was not safe, because the dogs were already eating it, she looked around to see if there was any way to escape, and it served her right to see a little doorway, my dear child, for she had run herself into a corner like the devil himself, leaving poor little monkey stuck in the blackberry bush where the dogs caught him, and leaving him up without a bone for a remedy. One day he told his mother he was going to look for work, and left where a lion with a cage held prisoners, and then the lioness was taking care of them. And he went to make an agreement with Don Leonardo, who was the lion, and told him he would take him to deliver lunch and food to the lioness. After many trips, he got bored and said he would kill the lioness so as not to go any more. For 2 days, he prepared grinding chili pepper, salt, and other strong things to kill the lioness. One day, when there were no more prisoners, he asked for what that cage was for. The lioness answered that it was for putting bad men who committed robberies, murders, or raids. The lioness told him to put his foot in first so he could learn how they put the prisoners in. And she placed her foot in the cage. Once the lioness' foot was in, the Mirko locked the cage and told her to make a promise to escape. The lioness, from so much carrying and being trapped, died. And seeing that Minako didn't return, the lion wondered why he wasn't coming and went out to look for him, but couldn't find him anywhere until he reached where the lioness was and found her dead. Then he made no effort to rescue the lioness, but instead set out to find Minako to catch and kill him later. When he finally caught up with him, Minako said, "Where do I go?" He had no time to react to before he ran and hid in an ant's cave. She made a promise to leave. Then Minako said, "Oh my God, I won't do this again. But what I have planned to do, I will carry out." And he put the chili in her eyes, mouth, and behind, and left. Look at where he went. No matter how far he had walked, the lion caught up with him again. Then the mischief ran to some willows that were very far and high up in an attempt to escape the lion, saying, "If little lion catches me, he'll eat me for sure, because of the evil I've done to him, which wasn't small." But when the lion finally reached them, he climbed up too, trying to catch the mischief. He started to look inside the fox to see who it was, and then the mischief came and grabbed a handful of dirt, threw it into the fox's eyes, and ran off. When the lion arrived, he found the fox blind and told him to leave, following the mischief. The lion couldn't leave anyone to watch over him, and by chance a friend named Jote passed by, and the lion called out to him, "Hey, friend, come here, take care of me while I go to the house to get a stick." While the lion was gone, the fox didn't know who was inside. As he fell back down, the mischief exclaimed, "This is bad. Little lion will catch me and eat me," and broke off hook from the willow tree. Since he was quick, the lion had extended his hand to grab him, but the mischief hit the lion with a stick on the hand, causing the lion to fall, leaving only the bag. On one such occasion, he was crossing a fox on the road, and the fox said to him, "Where are you going, Minako, with that saddle on your shoulder?" He told her to get up, and then the Minako said that he wouldn't put her up because she would throw him. Then said the Minako, "Now I am well equipped." And he got down and made a saddle and reins from the hide of the dead lion and went out with them on his shoulder. He got her up all right and went off on her, but she was a little frisky. The fox said to him, "Minako, by God." Then the fox said, "Look here, Minako, where are we going? There may be some people coming along the road who could run us down." She said, "Let's go through this pasture." And alas! Just then 3 hunters with 3 greyhounds came along, and one of them saw the Minako riding a fox. They decided that dog should give him a chase for fun. So they set them on, and off went the Minako and his fox. What are we going to do? Now we have to start hold on tight, Miyako. Let yourself fall into my lap and hold on tight. I'm going to run at top speed. And he started running along the edge of the fence until they found a hole through which to escape. When the greyhounds heard this, they turned back and ate them. The fox escaped and took the saddle, and the story ended, carried away by the wind, passing through a patch of peas for you to tell another. 21. Chilindrin and Chilindrin. Then she passed, and Miyako was left with his legs spread in the gateway, and the greyhounds passed between them, seeing that they had already passed, and feeling his saddle slip away. He screamed at the fox, "Madam, I entrust you with my stirrups," referred to in 1917 by Anastasio Puig, 92 years old, native of Guacarú. There once was a famous thief in the north, so cunning and subtle in his robberies that he could never be proven, although in many cases he came close to being caught with his hands in the till, as they say. And so he set out to offer his services. His name was Chilindrin. The fame of this thief spread throughout the country and reached news of Chilindrin, another famous thief who had made his home in the south. As stories of his exploits were spoken and painted with such vivid detail, Chilindrin eagerly desired to meet him, cultivate his friendship, and ask him to be his second if it turned out that what was said about him was true, surpassing him and giving him 101 in the difficult and risky art they both practiced. But after many peripetias and hardships and long days of marching, Chilindrin arrived at a dense forest growing on a plain not far from the city, and dismounting from his horse, he sat down on the ground to rest, leaning his back against a lofty oak, and mounting his horse he set off towards the south. At that time there were no trains in the country, nor were the roads good, so it took both of them a long time to reach the outskirts of the capital. Soon afterward, Chilindrin reached the same spot, and without dismounting, he greeted the one who was resting. "Good morning, my friend. Are you taking a siesta?" "No." "Friend, I only hope the heat passes so that I can continue my journey to the south." But at the same time, the fame of Chilindrin, overflowing from the field of his exploits, reached the center of the country and arrived in the north. And his adventures, cloaked in the garb of the marvelous, instilled in Chilindrin a vehement desire to know Chilindrin and submit his orders, if those who recounted his exploits were not lying. And can you tell me who I'm after? If it's not an indiscreet question, well, I'm going north, and if it doesn't bother you, I'll dismount from my horse, and while we wait for the evening, we'll have a cigarette and pass the time. And upon dismounting his mount, he sat down next to the other and said, "Will you believe me, companion, that I've been on the road without rest for 20 days, and perhaps I still have a long way to go before finding the one I'm looking for. It's not indiscreet, but you know that walls have ears and bushes have eyes. However, as you inspire confidence in me, I'll whisper in your ear that I'm looking for the famous thief Chilindrin, whom they say is the #1 master of theft." They conversed for a good while, building trust, and after resting for a moment, they began this dialogue with Chilindrin starting. "Comrade, you cannot imagine the joy I would feel if I saw you perform one of your feats. Do you see that eagle's nest on the crown of this very oak? The eagle is resting in it, and I am going to steal its eggs without making a sound." And he spoke all this very quietly, almost pressing his mouth to his interlocutor's ear. "But, friend, if I am Chilindrin, who has left my territory to meet Chilindrin, of whom they tell tales without ending, and I am Chilindrin, a soulmate," and both thieves embraced fervently, "and I would give anything to see you do one of those that had given you so much renown. Go ahead, little brother." Coming from the north, although this is not a reason for me to begin, I will start. When Chile reached the top of the tree, with great care, he put his hand into the nest, and without the eagle realizing what was happening, removed an egg and tucked into his pocket. And spitting on his hands, Chilindrin climbed up the trunk with the gentleness and agility of a cat, and he did it so well that not even the slightest noise was heard. The chili pepper waited for the chili to reach half the trunk, and then, imitating his bright friend, he spat on his hands as well and climbed after him without being noticed. But Chili Pepper, who had already reached the same position as Chili, with the same skill and gentleness, put his hand into his friend's pocket, taking out the freshly stolen egg and putting it in his own pocket. And this operation was repeated 4 times, passing the eggs from the nest to Chili's pocket, and then from Chili's pocket to Chili Pepper's, without either the eagle or Cheagle or Chili realizing the plays being made on them. Not even a twitch. Comrade, I've got the eggs here. And Chilindrin put his hands in his pockets, passing them from one to another, feeling all over his body, and exclaimed, "Darn! Where did I put them? What happened to them?" And immediately after guarding the 4th egg, Chilindrin slid down the trunk, and with an air of affected curiosity, he began to watch as the famous northern thief descended. As soon as he set foot on land, he asked, "How did it go, little one? Did the eagle feel it?" "Stop looking, comrade," said Chilindrin. Are the eggs you stole from the eagle, and which I was stealing from you as you stored them in your pockets? Where there's one, there's another, and when a pocket is empty, another one fills it. And for a Chilindrin here, you have a Chilindrin. And with a handshake, they seal the pact to live united and always agree. Bring those 5 jasmines, comrade. You're more of a devil than I imagined, and with you I've got my comeuppance. Let us be brothers henceforth, and live and work together. And then who can anything against us? Or 2 thieves settled in the outskirts of the capital, and as they needed someone to take care of them in case of illness and attend to household needs, they agreed that Chilindrin would marry a young and good-looking sister that Chilindrin had in the south, whom they brought. So Chilindrin got married, and everything went marvelously well, as the 2 friends, with their robberies, provided all sorts of comforts for themselves. The country was ruled at that time by a very rich king who had received from his ancestors an enormous fortune, which he had prodigiously increased himself. The jewels, trinkets, and gold coins that made up this fortune were piled high in a very tall tower, built especially for this purpose, at the foot of the palace, which the king visited on the 1st day of every month. After breaking one of the panes, they tied a rope they had brought with them to the bar and slid down it, first Chilindrin and then Chilindrin. Our thieves, who had heard talk of these riches, set out to steal them, and one night, passing from roof to roof, they reached the tower, and, like lizards, clung to the wall and made their way to the top, where they found a sort of window, or more accurately a hatch with a thick iron bar across it. The visit was repeated several consecutive nights with even greater success, as they brought sacks for carrying away what they would steal. The eyes of the thieves were not satisfied with gazing at so much wealth illuminated by a torch they also had, but it was necessary to leave before daybreak. Thus they hastily filled their pockets with what they deemed most valuable, and climbing up the rope they had removed, they went home quite satisfied with the result. But since the days pass one after another without anyone being able to stop them, no matter how well they manage the rope, the end of the month arrived. And the next day the king, accompanied by his ministers and advisers, went to the tower to deposit the money collected in the previous 30 days. Admire his riches. Put yourselves in the king's place, and you will realize how that greedy monarch, who had set his heart on his treasure, would have felt upon seeing the enormous gap left by the thieves in the main pile, where the most prized jewels were kept. His anger knew no bounds. Drawing his sword, he launched himself at his ministers and counselors as if they were the culprits behind the robbery. It took great effort to calm him down. Once composed, everyone set about trying to figure out how the thief, they assumed it was just one had penetrated the tower, a task they considered almost impossible, since the tower had no other entrance but the door, and this, made of iron, had many secret locks known only to the king. But they found not a trace, and indeed this led the discovery of the vent that served as an entrance for Chilindren and Chilindren. The advice was deemed good and followed to the letter. As the night fell, at their usual time, our protagonists climbed up to the tower's embrasure, and lowering himself first by rope, Chilindren did as he was told. 100 guesses were formed on this matter, each more absurd than the last, until a blind man, an old thief and the king's current counselor, who was among those in the entourage, said, "Bring branches of well-dried trees and set them on fire inside here, and those with eyes will see from outside where smoke comes out. That is surely where the author of the theft entered." The blind man advised that complete silence be kept about what happened, and that a large barrel of tar, thick enough to prevent anyone who entered it from escaping, be placed precisely where the one descending through the vent was expected to place his feet, and to wait until the following day. As he let go and plummeted to the ground, he felt his chest sink into a sticky substance to which he became firmly attached, unable to move. He immediately shouted to his companion, descending behind him, "Don't let go, or you'll get stuck like me in this tar bath. Swing yourself so the rope takes flight with you, and when you've drifted far enough from center, drop and cut off my head. Take it away and bury it where no one can see it." Chilindran then beheaded his brother-in-law and left the head completely within the same tub where the body lay. He wrapped it well in a large cloth and stored it inside the satchel he had brought. "That way they won't know who I am, and you won't be implicated." With great sorrow in his soul, and only after much persuasion, Chilindren demanded that his brother-in-law do as he was told. As there was still space, he chose the most beautiful jewels from the pile and filled the bag, securing it firmly on his shoulder and climbing up the rope, which he left hanging from the bar. The king, for his part, stayed awake all night counting down the hours until catching the thief, and anticipated the joys of inflicting public tortures upon him as a warning to others. And as no one's is able to stop the hours, even if many wanted to, they succeeded one after another until the day and moment arrived when the king and his retinue had moved to the tower of the treasure. It cannot be described the face that the king and his companions wore upon finding a headless body in the tub. New ire from the monarch, and new work for his companions to calm him. Ultimately, it was the blind one who succeeded in reducing him, assuring him on all saints from heaven that everything would be revealed. Once calm was restored, the blind man spoke again. What you are seeing demonstrates that there are two thieves, not just one, as we believed. Everyone found the advice of the blind man excellent, and in the afternoon of the following day, his instructions were carried out to the letter. Later, it will be easy to determine which of the marked houses is home to the family of the beheaded thief, and as the thread leads to ball. With this information without much effort, the missing thief will be found. When the body procession began, Chilindrin was on the street, and since he had no ill intentions, he immediately suspected what was planned, and his belief was further confirmed when he noticed among the crowd following the corpse several disguised police officers. To discover the second one, I propose that a leather hood be dragged through all the streets of the city by the body present here. In front, a herald will cry out, "This is the justice that our Lord the King inflicts upon those who attempt to steal his treasure." And behind them, mixed among the curious, will be several individuals from the police, disguised as townsfolk. And when they hear that in some house there is crying or lamenting, they will put a sign on the street door. But when the woman heard the voice of the crier and the crowd's cries, she could not hold back and burst into loud wailing, such that, despite Chilindrin's precautions, the widow's lamentations were clearly audible in the street. He hurried home and informed his sister, Chilindrin's wife, of his suspicions, which had become almost certain, and advised her not to show any signs of grief, as the body of her husband passed in front of their house, and for added security he locked her in a room. Then Chilindrin went to the kitchen, and taking a small axe, he started chopping wood, but accidentally cut his left hand index finger. He took out the widow from where she was locked and showed her the bleeding hand, asking her to mention this incident in her complaints. Indeed, when moments later the dead man and his entourage passed by the house, one of the police soldiers disguised entered to inquire about the source of the lamentations. He heard the woman say, "You've cut off your hand. What will become of us?" But another soldier, who had left the crowd at the same time as the other, had made a cross with liquid tar on the street door in the meantime. The house of Chilindrin was the only one where cries were heard that day. Consequently, the blind man advised that they should arrest the man with the cut finger and the weeping woman, because both must have been relatives of the slaughtered person. "You won't be able to work and will starve." And the injured replied, "If it's nothing, woman, I just cut a finger, which in any case won't make any difference." The soldier, who saw what happened and heard their conversation, believed that the cause of the woman's tears was legitimate, and withdrew without saying a word. However, when the police arrived on the street where the accused lived, they could not find the house, as all the houses in the neighborhood, which were exactly alike, had the same cross marked by the soldier. What had happened? The search did not yield the expected result. and the king's anger rose, but once again the blind man calmed him down. Soon after the procession passed by his house, Chilindrin had gone out onto the street to peek, and upon entering he saw the cross on the door. Always suspicious of what might happen, he made another identical cross on all the doors in the neighborhood that night. The blind man said, I am of the opinion that we leave the body on the hill east of the city and announce it publicly that it is abandoned for vultures and scavengers. But in the meantime, some soldiers will lie in wait hidden among the thorns of the hill, and as soon as they see someone approaching to take it away, they will seize it. Since no one travels through the hill, anyone who passes by there is clearly trying to carry off the body. The counsel was found very good, and the king ordered it to be put into practice. But Chilindrin, who was more of a devil than the blind man, upon hearing the announcement, guessed what was intended, and when night fell, he donned a Franciscan habit, put on his hood, and armed himself with very good scissors. He then mounted a mule, secured a rich old leather bag filled with poppy juice, and many religious habits of the same order, and threw them over the hill. But when they arrived, they realized that the person they were going to seize was Paul Freya, devotedly praying the rosary and inviting them to join him. Despite it being a very dark night, the soldiers clearly distinguished a figure approaching the side of the corpse, appearing to be a man dismounting from a horse, at which point they ran towards him to capture him. The soldiers refused the invitation, and rather than out of courtesy, they asked him where he was headed and why he had chosen a path that no one usually took. The friar answered that in the convent everything had been concluded completely, and he came for Mass. He had gone into town to buy the best, which he was carrying in a leather bag on the back of his horse. Taking advantage of the trip, he had stopped to buy 20 habits, which had also been ordered by him, and since he had the chosen path that went through the mountain range, he would avoid making a large detour around its base, and he would arrive at the convent before dawn. The soldiers verified that truly the mule was carrying the leather bag of wine and the habits that the father mentioned, and after apologizing for the fright they had given him, they begged him to treat them with a little wine to warm up. Chilindrin waited for a while, and after checking that he wouldn't wake them up, even with a cart passing over them, he took out his scissors and, with the skill of a convent barber, gave them a crown and a fringe. Then he undressed them from their clothes and dressed them in the habits he had brought, and immediately made a pile of uniforms and set them on fire, threw the bag to the ground, and placed his friend and cousins in its place, mounted the mule, nailed on the spurs, and set off for home. He told them that he would be happy to provide not just one but 2 glasses each, and taking out a large horn cup from his sleeve, he filled it and passed it around to all the soldiers, saying as he poured, "After you are satisfied, I will finish my little rosary in peace, for I have the pious devotion to pray one complete set of 15 mysteries whenever I encounter a dead person on my path." Once the first round was finished, he began serving them again, but the strength of the wine, and more so the narcotic effect, put the soldiers to sleep, and they gradually collapsed and lay motionless on the floor like dead chickens. When the vapors of the wine and the effects of the narcotic had ceased, the soldiers opened their eyes and looked at each other in terror. They thought they were dreaming, but eventually returned to reality and understood the bloody joke that they had been played with. After deliberating for a while, they realized they had no choice but present themselves to the king as they were, to report the adventure that had befallen them and that had ruined their mission. The king listened to the report without a hint of emotion and realized he was facing an enemy he could not fight. But as someone had to be punished, he ordered each soldier to receive 100 lashes so they would not let anyone tell them what to do again. And the blind man was burned to prevent him from giving advice that, though seemingly wise, had turned out disastrous. John the Valiant, the cowboy told by Samuel Antonio Letelier from Molina, aged 9. Shalindran continued stealing quietly for some time without anyone bothering him until, tired of his thievery, he left with his sister to a distant kingdom where no one knew them, and they lived a life of luxury there. 22. He heard it in Linares. These were a king and queen who owned many pastures filled with animals, and they were tended by a very honorable man, famous for his campaigning, named John, who knew no fear. One day the kings sent John to bring all the cows, which were many, to milk them, and John brought them, and the kings enjoyed watching all the fat, fluffy cows, and how they gave milk. Among the cows was a skinny little heifer. The king said to the queen, "Let's give this one to John. This man has been very good to us and grown and added value to our property." "Very well," said the queen, "let's give it to him." And they gave it to him. John took great care of his heifer, and in a short time she grew and fatted up and became even fatter than the king's cows. One day the queen saw her and said to John, "Kill that cow, so fat, and let's make charqui from it." John replied, "That cow is mine, and I won't kill her unless I want to." The queen insisted he kill it, but John went to see the king to complain. The king said, "Better go with your cow somewhere else, because the queen is very angry with you and wants her killed." He left with his cow, and as soon as he had moved away from the city, some bandaged from a house at the entrance to the forest and took it from him. That night, Juan hid in the barn of the bandit's house to see if he could rescue his cow, but from his hiding place he saw them kill and then eat it grilled. Juan was very sad and weeping said, "These scoundrels will pay me back." While they ate and drank, the bandits formed a great crowd. The captain made them be quiet and told them, "Let's go to sleep, and tomorrow we'll climb up to the lookout to see if any girl passes by for us to play with her." Hearing this, Juan quietly went to a comrade's house to ask for women's clothes, dressed up, put on blush, dusted himself, and hid a sharp knife beneath his skirt. Early in the morning he left, and by the bandits' house, imitating the way women walk. The bandits were in the watchtower, and as soon as they saw her, they descended to invite her to have a drink, because it was very hot. She accepted, and they served her liquor and passed her the guitar so that she would entertain them by by playing and singing. The bandits who were in the lookout saw her and went down to ask if she knew any doctor who could cure wounds. In the afternoon, the captain sent the bandits away to go up the mountain, saying, "We will stay here with this garment." The bandits left, and while the captain, with his back turned, was taking wine from a barrel, John rolled up his trousers, drew his sword, and gave the leader of the thieves 2 or 3 fierce stabs, then fled to hide in the same tree. The captain, who had been hurt only slightly, cried out like a condemned man, so loudly and intensely that the bandits who were on the mountain heard the cries and thought that the captain must have killed the girl, and they ran to see what had happened. When they entered, they found the captain's body on the floor, badly injured. They picked him up, laid him in bed, and one said, "Early tomorrow we will go out to find an old herbalist doctor to cure the captain." Juan, who heard this, immediately went to his godmother's house, and there, with ointments and salves, he painted wrinkles on his face so well that he looked like a real old woman dressed in very poor clothes, and hiding his sword, he left before dawn to wander in front of the bandit's house, pretending to look for herbs. "I am a doctor." Juan answered, "There is no one who can beat me at healing wounds." Then he took her before the captain, and behind them followed the other bandits. The bandits left, some taking one road, others another, while John climbed up to watch for their return. Once he was certain they were gone, he drew his sword and ended the captain's life. John examined the wounds with great care and immediately ordered the bandits to the city to seek a rare ointment, instructing them to go to different pharmacies in case the others couldn't find it. Afterwards, he filled his pockets with silver, rings, and golden brooches, which he found in abundance in the captain's room, and went to his godmother's house, where he washed and dressed as a man. When the bandits returned, they found their captain dead and exclaimed, "We're all caught, let's leave," and fled to Chile. John, who had been following them, searching and scouting, as soon as he saw they weren't returning, left with his parents and some carts to the bandits' house, and with hatchets they broke down the doors and took everything they found, leaving the house completely bare and making themselves very rich. Shortly after, the bandits returned and found nothing but the stripped walls. Then they started to investigate who in the city had suddenly become rich in the past few days. And they realized that Juan Brave, the one with the bull, was involved. They decided to ambush and kill him because they didn't doubt he was the one who had killed their captain and stolen all his goods. But John, who wasn't careless, knew that the bandits had returned and that they were going to attack him at any moment. This is how it happened, that when the bandits came to rob him at the door, they found him with his sword, and since John had seen them from a distance, he had time to send his father to alert the police. And so ended the tale of Pericuto Sarmiento, who was left with his shirt unbuttoned and his pants hanging loose. 23. The enchanted sap. John began fighting with the bandits and had already killed 2, leaving another seriously injured, when the police arrived and took all the robbers into custody. After being judged, they were hanged, allowing John and his parents to live peacefully. enjoying the wealth that John had taken from the thieves. Which of the three would inherit the throne? Referred to by Beatrice Montesinos. These were a king and a queen who had 3 sons named Peter, Joseph, and John, and it was custom in the kingdom for the king to leave his crown to whichever of his sons he deemed best, without considering age at all, so any one of them could succeed, even if he was the youngest. The queen advised him that to test their devotion, they should send their children out of the kingdom with the condition that they return married within a year and bring 2 gifts for the kings. This was the question that greatly troubled the elderly king, who could not make up his mind for any of them, as he felt equal affection for each, nor could he divide the kingdom to give each his share, because the division would result in 3 small states, always vulnerable to being absorbed by neighboring kingdoms, which were just as strong and powerful as the country in question. The one whose wife was the most beautiful and whose gifts were the most exquisite and valuable would become the heir to the throne. The king thought, the woman's counsel is not amiss, but he who ignores it is a fool. And deciding on the plans suggested, which seemed by the queen, which seemed good to him, he called his children, explained the situation to them, and proposed that they leave, get married, and return to the palace exactly 1 year later. The crown would belong to whoever returned with the most beautiful wife, and brought 2 gifts superior to those of the others. The princes accepted without hesitation, and only requested clarification on what the gift should entail before departing. The princes bid their parents goodbye affectionately, and set off on the same path until they reached a point where it split into 3. Here they embraced, promising to meet in the same place when the agreed time had passed, each taking his own way. After brief deliberation, the kings agreed that the prize would be awarded to whoever presented not only the most beautiful wife, but also the finest piece of fabric and the most lovely and smallest dog. Peter, being the oldest, took the right path, and after a few days he arrived at a little cottage standing on the edge of a lagoon with an old lady at its door. Who is going to marry this disgusting toad? Countered the prince, and spitting at her, he ordered her to leave. Inside, a girl was singing with a wonderful voice, and Peter, thinking that such a beautiful voice could not come anyone but a very pretty person, decided to meet her and asked the lady for permission to enter. But she replied that he would only be allowed to pass through the threshold if he promised to marry the singer. The young man promised and entered the host's living room, but no matter how he scrutinized everywhere, he didn't discover anyone until in a corner he saw a little sprite jumping. Is this the one who sings? Asked Peter. Wes, she is, replied the lady. Moments later, Joseph, the second son of the king, arrived at the same place, as all 3 roads converged there. And to cut a long story short, he experienced the same thing as his brother Peter, only instead of spitting at the little sprite, he gave her a fierce kick and sent her flying away. Not an hour had passed since Joseph left, when John, the 3rd brother, arrived at the little house, and hearing that sweet and melodious voice, he was stunned. When the singer fell silent, John begged the lady to introduce him to the beautiful artist, as he didn't doubt that the woman with such a lovely voice must be beautiful herself. The lady consented, but as in the two previous cases, she made Juan promise to marry the one who sang. Juan swore it, and then she showed him the little girl who was bouncing around in her corner at that moment. Juan sometimes fell into sadness and felt unhappy, but the enchanting voice of the little girl, which seemed to guess his sorrows, and her tender and affectionate words consoled him and made him forget the ugliness of his wife. Although the prince felt a repugnant sensation, he said, "John's word cannot fail. I am willing to get married." "It won't weigh on you," exclaimed the little girl. And the wedding took place immediately. As they passed by the little cottage by the lagoon, they saw John at the door and waved to him without getting out of their cars, asking him to introduce them to his wife. The other two brothers had also married, but their wives were beautiful and rich. As the end of the year approached, Peter and Joseph thought about returning to the palace, and occupying luxurious carriages, they left with their wives, who were elegantly dressed. They believed that the prize would be contested between them alone, as it never crossed their minds the sapper's husband would be considered. And what about the gifts that John was supposed to present? Where would he have gotten the money to buy them? The little house where he lived, modest beyond measure, clearly demonstrated his poverty. But, as the saying goes, man plans and God disposes. And those bad brothers got their comeuppance. An hour later, little bro said to John, "It's time we leave. Go the garden and you'll find two donkeys. Tie them, the old cart that's behind the house, and let's get on board with the lady who has taken such good care of us. The donkeys know the path they must follow and what they must do." Before John could answer, little Boots jumped forward and told them, "I am John's wife, and soon we will meet you in agreed-upon place." The two princes and their wives, upon seeing this peculiar spouse, burst into laughter and said to John, "How dare you present yourself before our parents accompanied by that horrible, vulgar hag?" "This has been my answer fortune, John, and I am content with it. This horrible, as you call her, sapper is my wife. She has made me happy, and with her I will bow down before my parents." The two princes left and agreed to proceed to the palace without waiting for John at the crossroads. In this little box there are 2 nuts. When the time comes to give your parents the gifts you have to present, give each one a nut and ask them to open it. And let's go. His luxurious car had overturned and was in pieces, leaving his wife injured and blind for life after a splinter from the carriage tore out her eye. The donkeys started trotting energetically, and the cart, which seemed like it was about to fall apart at any moment due to its age, creaked like the devil, but nothing bad happened to it. After several hours of walking, they found Peter on the side of the road. With these setbacks, Peter was in a rage, so when little sapling offered him and his wife a place in the cart, instead of thanking her, he drove her away. A cloud of sorrow covered John's face, who could not hear his brother's unkind words without deep pain. But little sapling, who seemed to read a husband's thoughts, spoke at once. "Forget your sorrows. Son, don't judge your brother. Soon our misfortunes will end, and we will be completely happy. Joseph was seething with anger, and when John offered to help him, or perhaps take them both in the cart, he lashed out at him and called his wife a disgrace. John said nothing but suffered in silence. The woman said, "Why is he sad?" And the donkeys set off again on their journey, pausing only a little further along when they encountered Joseph, whose horses had gone wild, destroying his cart with kicks, one of which crushed the beautiful nose of his wife, leaving her disfigured for life. Do not judge your brother's insults. Don't you see they come from the hardship they've endured? Cheer up, our troubles won't last much longer. And to console him, she sang one of the most beautiful songs she knew, the one John loved the most. In the meantime, the birdos continued their steady pace and soon reached the banks of a stream that ran very close to the city where the kings resided. The little sprite leaped into the water and instantly transformed into the most beautiful princess ever seen by human eyes. The prince knelt at her feet and, in ecstasy, kissed her hands. The princess said, "Prince, we must reach the palace today. Your brothers have bought new cars and are approaching the horse stable." They arrived at the palace, and the kings experienced great joy upon seeing their youngest son again, and were dazzled by the beauty and elegance of his wife and the majesty of the lady who accompanied her. After kissing and hugging Juan and his wife affectionately, they asked them to tell them about their adventures. "Let us mount ours, however slowly it may go, for we will still arrive before them." Only then the prince became aware of new, wonderful changes. His suit, completely new, was of extraordinary value. The old lady who had served them as housekeeper was a beautiful lady, elegantly dressed. The burros had transformed into two beautiful horses, richly harnessed, and the car turned into a carriage so lovely that surely no other like it would be found in royal stables. Great was the enthusiasm shown by the kings upon the arrival of their two eldest sons, but their spirits sank at the sight of their wives. One had a twisted ankle, and half her face was swollen, while the other had a nose all over her face. The lady concluded her tale when Peter and Joseph entered with their respective consorts, the first with a crippled eye, and the second with a broken nose, both in dirty and tattered attire, as they had not had time to buy new clothes due to fear of being late. The prince recounted to her what had happened since his departure, and the lady, like a witch, out of hatred for her husband the king, who wanted to throw her out her lands, killed the king with her evil arts and turned the princess into a frog, leaving her only her beautiful voice and condemning to live in that condition for a year after a prince agreed to marry her. And as today marked the year since Prince John married my daughter, you see her transformed into what she was when the witch took her revenge on us. The contrast between them and John's wife was great. There could be no doubt that the prize belonged to him. But what if the gifts that John was supposed to bring were inferior to those of Peter and Joseph? They needed to see them to decide. They summoned the nobles of their court to act as judges, and before them the three princes presented their offerings. Peter, being the eldest, went first and presented a valuable cedar chest, about a yard long, from which they took out a piece of silk cloth some 20 yards long, very beautiful and delicate. Adorned with exquisite embroidery from another box, they took out a cute little dog, roughly a quarter of a yard tall. The dog was also cuter and smaller than Peter's. These gifts earned Joseph an even longer and noisier round of applause. Lastly, John approached, respectfully presenting the king with one of the nuts given to him by the fairy, and another to the queen, and asking them to open them. One thing after another deserved loud applause, and indeed they did. Joseph followed, opening a silver chest of the same dimensions as the one given by Peter, and took out 20 more spools of silk thread, also silk, but finer, richer, and more beautiful than his brothers, from which the king leaped onto the table that stood before the monarch's so tiny, so beautifully adorable little dog that caused the admiration of all those present. They did so without effort, as they were almost ready to split open on their own, and the queen extracted a beautifully woven cloth made of finest gold thread, measuring 1,000 varas in length, how fine it was, that it all fit inside a nutshell. The dog began to dance, and on each turn it made, it scattered pearls and diamonds and all kinds of precious stones. It's impossible to count the applause with which both objects were received, and the acclamations and cheers followed the king's declaration that Juan, the youngest of his sons, would be the heir to the throne. And so ended the tale, carried away by the wind. 24. Galerin and the Giant, told in February 1923 by the master carpenter Trajan and Zito Gonzalez, 57, resident of P, a floor. 3 brothers lived in a village. The 2 eldest, Juan and Pedro, were great jealous. On the other hand, Galerin, the youngest, enjoyed the sympathy of everyone due to his beautiful presence and good feelings. One day, the first 2 decided they wanted to go on a journey and didn't want the youngest to come with them. But after many pleas, he convinced them to take him along. They traveled all day, and at night arrived at a castle where they were given lodging. This castle belonged to a giant who had 3 daughters, and there was only 1 bed for each person in the house. They laid each brother with one of the giant's daughters. Galerin, fearing they might play him a nasty trick, couldn't sleep, so he heard the giant say to his wife, "It's time to kill them to make a delicious stew with them and eat them tomorrow." Galerin noticed that the girls slept wearing matching hats, and being very clever and a bit mischievous, when everyone was asleep, he tiptoed over, took the hats from the girls, put one on himself, and gave the others to his brothers, then turned off the light. And they're nicely plump, and the meat is tender. We'll have an excellent meal for the whole day. And entering the dormitory, he approached the beds and saw that they were without hats. Suddenly, there was a loud thud as the giant's machete sliced through them. After this, the giant retired to his room to sleep. But when Galerin heard him snoring, it was so loud it sounded like thunder, like thumbing from his mouth. He took off his brothers' hats, woke them up, and said, "Brothers, we must leave immediately, because if the giant catches us when he wakes up, he will kill and eat us like a stew." "Ah, scoundrel, Galerin," he cried, "you murdered my daughters. You stole my 3 hats." "Ah, wretched scoundrel!" It was growing light, so John and Peter could see the 3 daughters of the giant lying there, decapitated, and from the shock they received, they could barely walk as their legs shook. But Galeron gave them courage and showed them what would happen if they didn't leave soon. They left, following Galeron, and barely had they crossed a great circle of wonder plants surrounding the castle, which marked the limit of the giant's power, when he saw them from a window. "If I catch you, I'll devour you." The giant felt the loss of his daughters just as acutely as the theft of the 3 hats. These were enchanted. Whoever put them on backwards obtained whatever they desired. The 3 brothers travelled for a few hours and arrived in the capital of the kingdom. They secured positions in the king's palace, the eldest 2 as daily workers, and Galen as caretaker of the turkeys. The king's daughter, who was very beautiful, fell in love with Galeron, causing deep envy in John and Peter. "Has Galeron said so?" "Yes, my lord, he has." To lose their brother, they went to the king and told him, "My lord, your squire Galeron has been said to have boasted that just as he killed the daughters of the giant and stole the 3 caps, he could steal the magical parrot that the same giant keeps in his castle." The king called for Galeron and told him, "Galeron, it has been said that just as you killed the 3 daughters of the giant and that brought back the 3 caps, you could bring back the magical parrot that the giant stole from me a long time ago." At that moment, the princess passed by and asked him why he was so upset. "No, king, my king, I have not said such a thing." "Yes, you have, and if you don't bring it back, I'll cut off your head." Galen retired to the far end of the garden and sat down to cry on a nearby trunk. "How could I not be my princess?" Galeron replied, "Since the king told me that just as I killed the 3 daughters of the giant and brought him the 3 hats, I was to bring him the fortune-telling parrot. I warn you that the giant sleeps with his eyes open and wakes up when they're closed." "Nothing for you," said the princess. "Take this bread and this bottle of wine and tell the parrot, 'True, look, little bird, this is the bread and wine that you ate and drank in your former owner's kingdom. Give it to me,' he will ask. 'I don't give it to you.' You will answer, 'Just a little bit, even if it's just a drop,' he will insist. And then you'll give him some soaked bread in wine, and once it's softened, you grab it, but be careful, whatever happens." Galeron left for the castle and found the giant with his eyes open. He tiptoed past him to not wake him up, and when he reached where the parrot was, he showed him the bread and wine, and he carried. Then Galeron seized him, intending to escape with him, but as soon as the parrot realized he was caught, he started screaming wildly, "Help! Look, little one," said Galeron, "this is the wine you used to drink, and this bread you used to eat under your old master's reign." Oh, how delicious!" exclaimed the parrot. "Give me some." "No," replied Galeron. "Take just a tiny bit, at least to try them." So Galeron dipped a piece of bread in the very old wine and gave it to the parrot, who devoured it eagerly. He kept giving more and more until all the bread and wine were finished, leaving the parrot completely drunk. "They're taking me." The giant's screams woke up, and he grabbed Galeron, binding his feet and hands to a post in the castle's last courtyard to eat him later. While the giant was outside, his wife prepared the pot in which they would cook poor Galeron and started chopping wood with an axe to light the fire. The giant was so delighted at having captured Galarin that he couldn't contain himself, so he went out to invite another giant, his mate, to eat a nice little lamb. That's what he said. Galarin, far from calm, watched as the woman struggled to cut through a thick, too hard log, and suddenly he had an idea and said, "It's no use, lady, seeing you work so hard. If you would just release my hands, I'd help you split the wood." The giant's wife believed him, released his hands, and handed him the axe. "Bring me that log," he said, "because even tied as I am, I can't reach it." The woman brought him the log. "Now, hold it firmly so it doesn't move." And as soon as the woman bent down to grab the log, my good Galan delivered such a fierce blow to her neck that he left her lying dead. With the same axe he cut the rope with which her feet were bound, then undressed her, stripped her, and threw her into the bottom of the pot, which was boiling with potatoes, corn, beans, squash, garlic, and onions. Afterwards, he took her head and placed it on the bed where she had been sleeping, leaving the chips hanging, and instead of her body, he put a pillow under the blankets. She's gone looking for her, and she saw that she was in bed. Poor Michaela! How hard she must have worked. Friend, that from sheer exhaustion she lay down, she's sleeping in her bed. We will eat and save his share. Let him rest. And they began to eat. He picked up the parrot and fired at full speed. When the two giants arrived, they went to the last courtyard. "How delicious the stew must be. Friend, don't you smell the little aroma coming from below?" "Of course I do, friend. It must be mouth-watering." "And what about Michaela? What a delicious pot." If the little lamb was so tender the dish turned out well. The giant took his fifth dip with the spoon and served himself a helping, then passed another to his companion. His friend examined the just served meat and in horror exclaimed, "Comrade, you invited me to eat a lamb, and it turns out we're eating a sheep. Look at the brand." And he showed him the meat in his hand. "What is this?" The giant shouted and ran like a condemned man to see his wife, as a terrible suspicion crossed his mind. He reached his wife's bed, threw off the blankets, and saw only Michaela's head and a pillow. The giant, who yearned deeply for his wife, began to let out great wails and cry, "Oh, scoundrel Galarin, you killed my daughters, took my 3 caps, killed my wife, and stole my parrot. Ah, wretched born roguey! If I catch you, I'll devour you." Galarin arrived at the palace and delivered the parrot to the king, who showed signs of great joy at having this wonderful bird in his power, which had once been his and had been taken from him by the giant. Has Galarin said that? Yes, he has. The king called for Galarin. And you have been told that just as you killed the 3 daughters of the giant, you brought back the 3 hats, killed his wife, and stole his prophetic parrot. You were capable of taking his horse with golden bells, which he has locked away under 7 keys. Some time passed, and John and Peter, seething with envy at seeing the princess's preference for Galan, returned to the king and told him, "Now, your majesty, that your fan Galarin has been heard to say that just as he killed the 3 daughters of the giant, took there his wife, and stole the parrot, he is capable of taking the golden bell horse, which is locked under 7 keys. Why are you crying, Galeron? No, sir, I haven't said such a thing. Yes, you have, and if you don't bring it to me, I'll cut off your head. Galeron, left sadly and slumped, sitting down to weep bitterly on a stone at the end of the garden. At that moment, the princess passed by. Nothing happens to you, Galeron, just go ahead, and it will turn out as well as in the previous times. How could I not cry, my princess, when my brothers, who desire my death, have gone to the king with the rumor that I said, just as I killed the 3 daughters of the giant, I brought back the 3 hats, killed his wife, and stole his prophetic parrot. I was capable of taking his horse with golden bells, which he has locked away under 7 keys. Take this little cotton and this little sword of virtue, apply the tip of the sword to the plate of each door, and they will all open at once when you touch them. But don't forget to check if the giant is sleeping first, because you know he sleeps when his eyes are open and is awake when they're closed. Then approach the horse, fill up the 7 golden bells with cotton so that they won't ring, and cure the cotton with hemp so it doesn't come off. Put on the spurs you'll find hanging behind the 7th door. Immediately remove the saddle from the horse, ride him bareback, hammer the spurs into him as hard as possible, and the horse will leave the castle at top speed. Galeron arrived at the castle while the giant was sleeping, so he was able to carry out what the princess had commanded him without any trouble, although he felt a mad desire to take the chair, which was very rich, but fortunately for him, he left it and rode off bareback. Ah, born criminal, if I catch you, I'll devour you. The horse bolted and did not stop until it reached its rider on the very steps of the throne. The giant realized the theft only after Galeron had left the circle of wonders, and being unable to do anything else, he began to scream frantically. Ah, scoundrel Galeron, you killed my daughters, took my 3 caps, murdered my wife, stole my parrot, and today you stole my golden bell horse. Great was the joy of the king upon seeing the golden bell horse, and he wished to reward Galeron, but the latter said that in the meantime he was content to be the caretaker of his turkeys, and at the appropriate time he would ask for the honor he deemed he deserved. Tell Galeron to come. There came the poor Galeron. Time passed, which does not stop its course, and it had not been a month when Juan and Pedro, whose envy grew with Galeon's triumphs, forged another lie against the brother who had saved them from death. For thus does the devil pay those who serve him well, and they presented themselves before the king. How dare you say that just as you killed the 3 daughters of the giant? You brought back their hats, killed his wife, and stole his wise parrot and the golden bell horse. You are capable of bringing me the giant himself as a prisoner. They said, you must know, your majesty, that your stableman Galeron has let it be said that just as he killed the 3 daughters of the giant, he brought back the 3 hats, killed his wife, and stole the talking parrot and the golden bell horse. He is capable of bringing the giant himself prisoner. Has Galeron said that? Weiss, sir, he has. Ah, and if only I could bring him to me as a prisoner, because the giant is the only enemy I have, and free from him I would reign in peace. No, my lord, I didn't say that. Yes, you did, and if you don't bring him to me, I'll cut off your head. Galan left, deeply distressed by the king's demand, and sat down at the back of the garden just as the princess was passing by. Let nothing be given to you, Galaran, for in this venture your fate will be no different than in your previous ones. How can I not cry, my princess, when the king, instigated by my brothers who desire my death, has told me that just as I killed the 3 daughters of the giant, took their 3 hats, killed his wife, and stole the fortune, telling Parrot and the Golden Bell horse I was capable of bringing the very gent himself as a prisoner. Ask my father, the king, to have a large iron cage made with thick bars and 2 compartments, one from which you will govern the cart, and another completely independent with a door that you can close yourself using a spring, where you will keep all kinds of merchandise. You will disguise yourself as a French merchant and pass by the castle offering your goods. The giant will want to buy something from what you have. You'll let him in so he can choose. And as soon as he's inside, using the spring, you'll close the door and bring him back without minding his screams and curses. Just as the princess advised, so did Galaran act. I need some things for the store. The giant who was at the window made him stop and came down to buy some things. Galaran invited him, and so he could choose at his leisure. And the giant, without suspicion, agreed. As soon as Galaran saw him inside, he pressed the spring, and the door slammed shut forcefully. The giant, realizing his capture, bellowed like a wounded bull, gripping the bars and shaking them frantically in an attempt to break free, all to no avail. Hours later, Galaran entered the city triumphantly with the giant caged, and it was a sight as crowds gathered on the streets, applauding the hero who had imprisoned their most formidable enemy. The king ordered him to make the cage, and once delivered, he arranged in the compartment that was supposed to hold the giant a good number of valuable fabric and most curious decorative objects, and pulling the cart with 10 oxen yokes that Galaran steered from his assigned department, he headed to the giant's castle, adorned with long moustaches and a beautiful false peer, proclaiming in a feigned French accent, "Some things for the store." The king and princess, who were waiting for him, stood up from their seats to greet him. Before reaching the palace, Galaran donned one of the giant's daughter's hats, turning it around so that the front was at the back, and instantly transformed into an elegant young man while still retaining his beautiful and charming features. "Ask of me what you will, and if it is within my power, it shall be granted to you." "I think, Galaran," said the monarch, "it is time for you to claim the reward for your feats. You killed the giant's daughters, brought me his 3 hats, slayed his wife, stole his parrot, then brought me the horse with its golden bells, and finally, to cap your work, today you have brought me prisoner to the very giant. And what do you seek, Galaran? If your ambitions are great, so too are the enterprises you have undertaken. Let one follow the other. Speak without care." "Your Majesty, what I intend is what you love most. I ask for your daughter's hand in marriage." "Your Majesty," answered Galaran, "it is a great audacity on my part to lay before your Majesty my demands. but I dare to utter them because I'm encouraged by someone very dear to you." And he looked at the princess who was signaling him to abandon all fear and speak. Then, clearly, the king, who thought Galeran would ask for rich and honours, perhaps a title of greatness in the kingdom, leapt and nearly fell from his throne upon hearing his request. "But how dare you look so high? Reflect for a moment on who you are and who my daughter is. Measure the distance between them and see if such an union is possible. It is true, your majesty, that a princess should not marry anyone, a prince at least, but it is as in your majesty's hands to make me a prince. And then neither she will be lowered nor I will be exalted when we marry, for we will be equal." The princess could contain herself no longer and applauded with both hands, exclaiming, "Well, Galeran, very well." With which, unexpectedly, he revealed his feelings towards his suitor, so the king had no choice but to yield to the desires of the two young people. Galeran was made a prince and married the princess amidst the enthusiasm of the whole people who loved and respected them. And they were happy during their long life, as they deserved for their virtues. 25. Go on Sunday 7 there. Once was a hunchback, a good man who bore his misfortune with patience, and was not envious or prone to mock others, as is almost everyone who has a curved spine. And this good man went out one day on an errand to a nearby town, and could not return until nightfall. As he passed through a lost place, he saw from a thicket a circle of witches, who, holding hands, spun and sang around Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday 3, without changing this refrain. The dancers could not contain themselves with joy at seeing their song so beautifully completed, and grateful, they decided to reward the person who had had such happy inspiration. The little hunchback, who was nervous and full of imagination, seeing that the witches were not leaving their spell Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday 3, could no longer contain himself, and from his hiding place he cried out, Thursday and Friday, Saturday 6. Taking the young man to the center of the circle, one proposed giving him a palace, another all the gold he desired, another to make him king. But the little hunchback, who listened to the discussion very pleased, said, would be content and consider myself very lucky if you made my hump disappear and ensured me enough to live comfortably. Thank you both. They immediately granted his wish. The next day, our former hunchback bumped into a friend on the street who suffered from the same malady that he had so happily cured of by the witches. The friend was surprised to see him so changed and hardly recognized him, as the absence of the hump had transformed the former hunchback into a real young man. When the friend, whose envy gnawed at his insides, asked how such a transformation had occurred, the questioned person related the story, and the gibbous one promised to go that very night to the place where witches gathered, and he did so, hiding in the same bush from which his friend had witnessed the dance. Moments later, the witches arrived and began their dance, singing Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday 3, Thursday and Friday, Saturday 6. The second hunchback, who also desired to see his hump disappear, imitating what his friend had done, wanted to add something to the verses sung by the witches, and when for the fourth or fifth time they repeated Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday, 3 Thursday, and Friday, Saturday 6, very proud he exclaimed, Sunday 7. The witches immediately halted the dance and looked at each other in displeasure. Who is the stupid one who came to disrupt our beautiful song? Said one. Let's find them. Another replied, and without much effort they found the poor hunchback trembling with fear before the anger of those women and dragged him into the center of the circle. What punishment shall we give to this wretch? Asked the leader. Let him grow horns and a tail, said one. Let him spit frogs and snakes when he speaks, another suggested. No, exclaimed a third, for his impudence he deserves to be given a second hump. That's it, that's it, they all cried, and with shoves and kicks they sent the hunchback back to town, bearing on his back 2 beautiful humps, one on his chest and another on his back. 26. This was an old, poor woman who had raised a boy named Manuel, whom she hired to tend pigs in the forest. The enchanted Lolita in 1909, Petronilla Requelme, then 56 years old and from Chimborongo, told this story to Don Luis Ojeda, who kindly provided me with the transcription made in October 1915, to know and tell, to tell to know. One day the boy told her, I've heard there's a king who pays 1 almond of silver for a year of work, and I'm going there, mamata, to improve my luck. Manuel left and reached where the king was, who was at Flordelis Castle. He worked with everyone for a year, and they all received payment of 1 almond of silver. But when they were making king the payments, a chattering parrot that belonged to the king spoke. So much interfering with the accounts that the king, getting bored, said, if whoever wants to take this parrot instead of the almond of silver can have it. I don't mind. And none of those present wanted to take it. She also hit the parrot, almost killing it. Then Laura said, I'm going to Flordelis, and flew away. When Huacha returned in the afternoon and learned that Lorita had flown off, he was so grieved that on that same night, at dawn, he left the house. Then Manuel, seeing how beautiful she was, said, we will take her, your majesty, for the almond of silver. And the Huacho returned to his land, taking great care of the little parrot on the way and feeding her half of what he got. But when he arrived home, the old woman was very angry because she wanted silver, not birds, and gave Manuel a good beating and sent him into the woods to watch over the pigs. He walked all day without food or rest, so hunger consumed him, and he could no longer go on. He sat under some trees and fell asleep. The next day, a loud noise woke him up, made by 3 beautiful girls arguing about who was the best. Your Grace, who is in the middle, is the moon, and at night, what is more beautiful than the moon? Your Grace, who is the youngest, is the morning guide. And at dawn, what is more beautiful than the morning guide? And he left. With these things that Huacho told them, the girls became very happy and said, how do we pay this young man who put us in order and left us contented 3? Then he approached the girls and asked why they were discussing so heatedly. After they explained the reason to him, he said, Your Grace, who is the eldest, is the sun, and during the day, what is more beautiful than the sun? So they called him, and the eldest gave him a ring that granted whatever was asked. The middle one gave him a feather, which was only to put it in her shoe, to fly lighter than the wind. And the youngest gave him a hat, which was enough to put on to become invisible. In the late afternoon, she awoke, continued on her journey till she could go no further, because her feet were swollen from all the walking. So she sat down to rest. Huacho thanked them for the gifts and left again. And he had already walked several leagues when he felt as if he were going to faint, having eaten nothing since the night before. Then he said to the ring, "Little ring, give me a well, set table with all manner of rich fare." And then there appeared before him a table laden with the finest dishes and richest wines. And after he had filled himself, he fell asleep for a siesta. And just as she was about to relax, she suddenly remembered her adventure with the 3 girls and the gifts they had given her. And she said, "What a fool I am to have to fly lighter than the wind." And she took out the feather and put it in her shoe. Then the Hocho asked him, "What news is there around here, Sir Guard?" What news could there be? "The princess is getting married tomorrow. She was delighted. It's no other than Lorita that you took in exchange for a silver almond." Upon hearing this, a great thought occurred to the Huacho, but remembering his hat, he put it on and flew into the princess' room, which was guarded by 7 Moorish soldiers. Then the Huacho, who had not taken off his hat, said to the princess, "If you are the Lorita that I took in exchange for a silver almond, why have you left me alone?" The princess was so scared that she started screaming, and the 7 Moorish soldiers, along with the king and queen, came to see what was happening. El Huacho, since he was invisible, to avoid being trodden on, crouched in a corner, and as those who entered the room saw neither anything nor anyone, the king and queen returned to their quarters, and the Moor soldiers to their post. She had flown for a while when night began to fall, when a gigantic eagle appeared, telling her, "How dare you fly in my domain, vile earthworm?" Then Hocho recounted his entire story, and after listening, the eagle, who was none other than the king of birds, said, "The little girl you are looking for is in the Flores castle, and hurry, because if you don't arrive this very night, it will be too late. So that's where she will stay." The Hocho flew away, lighter than the wind, and reached the castle of Flordelis when everyone, even the king himself, had gone to sleep, except for the soldier on guard at the castle gate, and they departed. Soon after everyone had left, El Huacho spoke again, and once more the princess cried out that there were people in her room, and the king and queen, along with the soldiers, entered once more, but found no one. So they became very angry and left, telling the princess not to scream again, as they would pay no heed to her cries. El Huacho waited a moment, then approached the princess and told her not to be afraid, that he had made such a long journey because of the great love he felt for her, and that under no circumstances would he allow her to marry a man who did not love her as he did. And he removed his hat. Then the princess met and calmed down, and she told him everything that had happened, how she was getting married against her will, and that she only loved him, that he had spurned wealth for her, and that he had cared for her so much that he even endured his mother's mistreatment. After much thinking about what to do, they agreed that during the feast, before the wedding, the princess would ask for a favor, that each of them would give a speech and he would see how well she handled it. And putting on his plume in his shoe and his hat on his head, he bid farewell to the princess until the next day. The next morning the hustler said to the ring, "Little ring, give me a complete suit, all embroidered with gold and precious stones, and let me look really handsome." And as soon as he finished speaking, the hustler transformed into a beautiful and elegant prince, while the princess was very happy to see him looking so well. The next day, early in the morning, Hodge said to the ring, "Little ring, make a fine horse appear here, the best and most beautiful, well groomed, with tack decorated in gold and silver." And at once a lovely white horse came before him, and he rode it around the whole city, and everyone stared open-mouthed, because they had never seen such a handsome and elegant prince. As the time for the banquet drew near, he went to the castle, and when the king saw him, he said, "What a rich prince this must be." And he told the king that he was a prince who ruled the air. "I had," said the princess, "2 crowns, one of gold and one of silver. The golden one had been lost to me, and I have had the luck to find it. And as I am only allowed to keep one, I ask, which of the 2 should I keep?" Everyone answered, the golden one, the golden one, there's no turning back." At the beginning of the banquet, Princess asked the king for grace, so that everyone could make a speech, and granted. She said, "Your Majesty, what is more valuable, or golden crown or a silver one?" The king answered, "Golden crown." Then the princess, taking Manuel by the hand, made him stand still and said, "This is the golden crown that I had lost and that I have just found, and as I must keep it with me, I will marry this prince, and he will be my husband." And the story came to an end, and it was taken away by the wind, and it slipped in through the door of a convent, and the parents who heard it were very pleased. 27. The Devil and the Farmer. Everyone applauded what the princess had said, except for the suitor who was going to marry her, and who had to leave feeling embarrassed. And so it came about that Manuel married the princess, and they lived very happily, and still will if they are alive. The devil proposed to a farmer that they work together for 3 years. The devil would provide the land and the farmer the seed. After the contract term ended, the farmer would become the owner of the land. The man asked, and how will we divide it? The devil replied, "I'll take what the plants above produce, and you can have whatever is left underneath the earth." And he left. So the farmer planted potatoes, and harvest time came. The devil had to take the plants and leave the potatoes to the man. The devil was displeased and thought, "This time you won't harm me again." And he told the man, "This year I'll take what's left underneath the earth, and you will own whatever is above." The demon left, and the farmer planted watermelons and melons. When the devil came for his share and saw that he was getting only roots, while his partner was receiving beautiful medallions and watermelons, he became enraged like a condemned man and pulled out strands of anger. The devil did not give up, and after some thought he told the man, "Next year will be for me what plants produce both above and below ground. What they produce in between will be for you." And he left, thinking he would defeat the farmer with this plan. But the man sowed corn, and when the devil came to claim his share, The cobs belonged to the farmer, leaving the devil once again ridiculed. "You won," growled the demon. "The field is yours, but we'll meet again." Yet the man only lets the devil win when he wants, because he has enough intelligence to laugh at his evil enemy, as this story demonstrates. 28. "How could that be, sir, when I, who am your son, have no fear of anyone and respect for you no less than any other?" "Son, my lord," with such respectful vehemence, he said, "is there, so in all the world, a more handsome one than yourself?" Thus did sons address their lords before. "Yes, son," responded the veteran. The Lion and the Man, told in 1888 by Pedro Antonio Liberona, a stonecutter from Nancagua, aged 55, and written down in December 1921 by Don Roberto Ruggiero. The old lion was in his cave, among the most towering cliffs of a mountain. "You are mistaken, son, there is in the world a very fierce animal that deserves the respect everyone, if not through good, then through force they must give. That's why I, who was king of the world, have had to hide among these mountains, because I cannot face such audacity. With your permission, sir, may I receive your blessing and go fight against this animal to take away its arrogance in the world. How handsome it is!" He wanted it or didn't want it. The young lion had to reluctantly grumble and sharpen his claws. The old lion was sick and soon died. After mourning him, the young lion went out to cut some branches to cover his body with. "After you, son, tell me, which creature will be so great that I cannot overcome it?" It is not that great, son, but it is more cunning than all, and it is called man. I will never give permission while I live for you to fight against him." Then he thought, "No, I will definitely not give up fighting with man," and went down into the valley to look for him. This transcription, although not completely phonetic, approximates the popular way of speaking enough to recognize it. The same can be said for the B and V, which in some cases sound, but not with the force that they do in the language used in Chile by educated people. 28. However, it should be noted that not all the ses and zes have been omitted, which in many cases are not pronounced or sound like very light aspirations due to the lack of appropriate signs in printing, which do not further impede readability. The lion and the man, the first thing he found in one of those valleys nestled within the mountains was a thin horse. "Bah," he said. "That won't last long. Are you man?" he shouted. "I am not man, sir," replied the horse. "Who is the man, then?" The man, sir, is down there, and he's a very bad but very handsome animal. He's got me good, and because I didn't want to, he put some iron in my back, tied me up with ropes, and with other claving irons that he put on his heels, got on top of me, grabbing me by the head and pounding me with fists and kicks on my ribs, until I had no choice but to do his bidding and take him where he wanted, and then he left me in these corners where I almost starved. He thought, and how big his nails are, but in the head, while I have them in my hands. Let's see if it's the man. And with one leap, he appeared on top of the bush. "Are you the man?" he shouted. "Why, you stupid, I'm going to find the man to see if he's capable of getting along with me. Further down, where the hill pastures begin," he saw behind a bush a man's back with his axes. "That's him." The guy started shivering in fear, and with a voice trembling as much as he could, he responded, I am not the man, sir. The man lives underground. You want to fool me that you are not, because you are shaking and showing cowardice. Do you dare fight with me? Why do you have such a big body and weapons on your head if it's not to win against those who are not as handsome as I am? Go ahead and shoot if you want. No, sir, by God. If I am neither a fighter nor handsome, look how the man has tamed me. When I was more stubborn and tried to rebel against him, he tied me up, threw me on the ground, and marked my skin with a hot iron that still hurts. Don't you see, Your Honor? Here are my thighs. He did other things to me, very shameful ones. After that, he put a yoke on me and made me pull his cart with whips, and here I am, sir, looking the man might decide to kill me just to eat me. So big and yet so vile, you are of no use. I'm leaving. He cut the fence and was searching for the man. He was already forming plans when, in the distance, he saw a faint smoke. Then he spotted the ranch of a tenant and slowly approached the fences. The tenant's dog sniffed him and barked. Be quiet for a moment. The lion sat down to wait, thinking, this has to be the man. They told me right. He isn't that big. I won't back down from this little guy. But all his bluster is empty. He doesn't come forward. The dog continued barking from a distance. Come on, man. Are you the man? I am not, but my master is. That's how it seems to me, because what you are, I can't stand, and neither can I take the first hit. Then he went to tell his master that he was coming to challenge him, to see if it's true that he is the handsomest in the world, as they say. The dog took a position, and soon after the man arrived with a loaded shotgun. Bah! Said the lion. What a strange creature! He doesn't walk with his head down like all of us. How does he eat? Anda echo atras, bah! Apilia contigo vengo para saber cuales el mias gapo de los dos and el mundo. Bien le dijo il hombo pero para cuyo pili tens cusacam rabia. Retem primero y despies te contesto yo. Yo también me siento en las patas para pelear con las manos libres, quae gran ventaja miha de levar. Vos sos el hombre. Li pregant cuando lo veo cerca. Yo soy el hombre li contest el labrador. El lin comenza a insultarlo de bandido saltador, cobad leron osado, as hastes cansi, why, ori, horimito comi dijo el hombre, alave una mala palabra, vai li large una scopetazo, vai li rompi una pata. Ay, ajay! That was how children addressed their fathers before. Yes, son, answered the old man, grito el leon, picuno hombracillo, no pilio mes canustad, aranc locu pudo in la cordillera adentro, en riscas in las cumbres. Pensando, bien lo dijo mi finado padre, no fuera a pelira con el hombo, si con una mala palabra no me has mi rompi una peta, quae habrasido si silivin al cuerpo. And he never descended from the mountains again, but secretly, the old lion was in his cave, situated between the most towering cliffs of a mountain. The lion's son, upon beholding him so respectable, said, Father, is there anywhere in the world a being more brave than you? He won't be so brave. Outside of your will, what other great animal is there that I would not dare to attack? It's not that big, son, but it's smarter than all of them, and they call it man. How can that be, Father, when I, who am your son, have no fear of anyone and respect only your will? Do not be deceived, son. There is a very wild animal in the world that conquers all. If it is not for good, they must submit for evil. That is why I, who was the king of the world, to avoid being conquered, have had to hide among the cliffs of these hills. Bless me, Father, and with your permission, I will go fight that animal and strip him of his dominion over the world. I am not man, sir, replied the horse. As long as I live, I will never give you permission to go fight him. Whether he wanted to or not, the young lion had to stay, grumbling and sharpening his claws. The old lion was sick and died soon after. And after mourning him, the young lion left some branches he had gathered and went out to look for him. Upon reaching a valley formed by the cracks in the mountain range, he encountered a skinny horse. Bah! He said, that one won't dare challenge me. Ere you, man, he shouted. This is the man, he thought, and how huge his claws are, but on my head while I have mine in my hands. Let's see if the man is up for it. And with a leap, he got on top of the fence. Are you the man? He shouted. That's what you get for being stupid. I'm going to find the man because I want to see if he's capable of fighting with me. Down where the mountain pasture land ends begin, he saw behind a fence of pointy wire the back of a bull with its horns. The ox started to tremble in fear and managed to reply, I am not the man, little master. The man lies further down. You want me to believe that I am not shaking out of fear. And tell me, dare you fight with me? Then who is man? The man, sir, lives downstairs, and he's a very bad and very brave animal. He has me completely under his thumb, and because I didn't want to give myself to him, he put iron bars in my mouth, tied me up with whips, and with some very piercing spurs on his heels, he climbed on top of me and started hitting me and embedding the spurs in my cheeks until I had to do his bidding and take him wherever he wanted. And then he let me go into these corners where I almost starved. What use is your enormous body and those defenses on your head if not to overcome those who are not brave like me? Let's fight right away if you dare. No, master. By God, I am not a fighter nor brave. You can see that the man has tamed me completely. Once, when I was younger and tried to rebel, he tied me up, threw me to the ground, and marked my skin with a hot iron, which still stings. Don't you see, your lordship, the mark here on my hind quarters? And he did other worse things to me that make me blush. He was then tied up and beaten with a whip, and here I am, sir, suffering until the man decides to kill me, to eat me. How great and how vile. You're good for nothing. I'm leaving. And he continued downhill in search of the man. He could already make out the irrigated plains, and at the end of a ravine he saw smoke, and then the ranch of a tenant's property, and approached quietly near the fences. The tenant's dog sniffed him and came to bark. Come on, man, be quiet for a moment. The lion sat down to wait for him and thought, this must be the man. They had indeed told me he wasn't very big. This little guy won't defeat me. But everything was just noise, and he didn't dare attack me. The dog was barking from a distance. Are you the man? I'm not the man, but my master is. That's what I thought, because what you are, you can't even withstand the first attack. Go tell your master that I come to challenge him. I want to see if what they say is true, that he is the bravest being in the world. The dog was for the possession, and then returned with the man who had a loaded shotgun. "Bah," said the lion. "How peculiar the man is. He doesn't keep his head down like us." "How does he eat?" he asked, walking upright. "Bah! I, too, feel myself up on my hind legs to fight with my hands free. In what way will that give me an advantage?" "Are you the man?" he asked when he saw him approaching. "I am the man," answered the labrador. "Now it's my turn," said the man. There went a bad word, and shooting him with a shotgun, he broke his leg. "Ah, little guy," cried the lion, "immerses. I come to fight you so we can know who is the bravest between us." Well, said the man, "for me to fight, you need to provoke me. Insult me first. I will answer back." The lion started calling him a bandit, a robber, a coward, a thief, an abuser, until he got tired of insulting him. "Man, I will not fight with you any more." And he fled like a soul possessed into the depths of the mountain range to hide among the peaks, thinking, "My late father was right when he said I should not fight with man. If one bad word broke my leg, what would have happened to me if it had come over me?" And he never descended from the mountains again, but hid himself instead. 29. The three brothers who went to learn to speak as told by M. Apopota, 12-year-old boy in 1912. This was a rich Waso, a rural worker or farmer, who had 3 sons with very limited intelligence. The father wanted them to learn to speak like educated people. He gave them money and ordered them to go out into the world, observe how decent people spoke, and not return until they were capable of conversing like gentlemen. The 3 brothers went out, and in a restaurant where they entered to eat, they sat near a table at which some gentlemen were playing dominoes. The oldest of the fools was very fond of the phrase "nosotros hemos sido," which one of the players said in response to a curious person asking who had won the game, and he kept repeating it until it was engraved on his memory. And the third, what most pleased him, was the expression "por my justa cosa," which another of those present uttered, and he repeated it in his mind no less than 100 times until it was perfectly etched into his memory. The second was impressed by what another player said when asked why he was playing, replying, to win money. And he kept muttering the phrase until he felt sure he wouldn't forget it. And so it happened that when they returned home, very happy with the beautiful words they had learned, as they crossed a field where they had to pass through, they stumbled upon the body of a man who had just been assassinated, and from his wounds blood was flowing profusely. The 3 foolish ones told by Alfonso González from Santiago, aged 12, in 1912. To know and to count, one must listen and learn. The 3 brothers were terrified. Their mouths agape, gazing at the dead man, and they remained that way when a guard on horseback approached and asked, "Who killed this man?" "We did," answered the eldest. "And why did you kill him?" "For money," responded the second. "Then all 3 of you go to prison," said the guard. "For a very just cause," replied the foolishest of the 3, and they were taken before the judge, who, luckily for them, knew them and knew that they were fools by birth, otherwise he would have had them shot. 30. This was a lady who had 3 good-natured but mischievous daughters who had managed to win the hearts of 3 young men, with whom they communicated through signs and letters, as their mother had forbidden them to speak to them, so that they would not recognize their defect. One day the lady had to leave and ordered her daughters not to speak to their suitors under any circumstances. She entrusted the younger one with watching the pots left on the stove, not to let them boil over. Suddenly there was a sound as if liquid spilled into the fire, and then the second, speaking more through her nose than her mouth, said to the eldest, "Hegmana, go check the pots that we have to pay for. It seems they've boiled over." The young men, seeing the lady leave, eager to talk to the girls, sneaked into the house as soon as she was out of sight, and the girls had no choice but to go to the living room to attend to them. But none of them spoke, despite the young men asking them 1,000 questions. And the one addressed answered, "I'll check, Hegmanita. I had completely forgotten about Mom's request." The second asks, "Don't you remember Mom saying not to talk?" "Of course. What guidance mine, Pog God. And you also spoke." "I haven't said anything," says the youngest. "You're going to engage Mom, and all of you will get into trouble." Hearing their clothes being scolded, the visitors grabbed their hats, and without even saying goodbye, left hastily from the house. Soon after, the mother returned, and upon realizing what had happened, she gave a good spanking to each one of them, and while spanking she said, "Take this, foolish girls. Take it when I was just about to get rid of you. You spoiled everything." 31. Roasted capon referred to me by young D, a friar from Santiago in 1911. A gentleman went for a ride on horseback in the outskirts of the city and asked the cook to have a roasted capon ready for him upon his return. Chepa Josepha was the maid, went down to the corral and picked the fattest capon being raised there and started roasting it. The appetizing smell of the bird cooking over the fire tempted Peepa, who, unable to resist her desire, ate a whole one. "What is this, Chepa?" he asked his servant. "Since when do capons have only one leg?" "Since they've existed, sir. They've always only had one." "How so?" "I thought they had two, like all birds do." When the gentleman arrived in the afternoon, Pepper served him the capon on a platter adorned with celery, parsley, and other vegetables, beautifully concealing the absence of the prey that the cook had nibbled. And the master immediately began using his jaws, starting with the breast. Only at the end did he realize that the bird was missing a leg. "Don't you see, boss, they only have one leg?" "We'll see," replied the knight. Scaring the birds away, which flew down from their perches and scattered in terror. "Do you see now that they have two legs?" "What a joke," said Chepa. "Let's go to the chicken coop, boss, and you'll see for yourself that roosters, whether cockerels or not, and chickens have one leg. Let's go see this wonder." They went to the chicken coop, and as the sun had set and the chickens were asleep, they saw that all of them rested on one leg, as they usually do when sleeping, keeping the other bent and hidden among their feathers. A foreigner who does not speak Spanish or know coconuts approaches him and asks, "What is this called?" "If you don't peel them, sir, they break." "How?" "With your hand." "Why didn't you also scare off the capon before eating it?" The knight couldn't help but laugh uproariously and admit defeat. The coconut seller had the habit, instead of shouting his merchandise, or making it known by repeatedly moving the basket containing them up and down. No, sir, with a knife. I do not understand. And if you are not going to buy, why ask, stranger? A variation. A Frenchman recently arrived in Santiago who does not speak Spanish, approaches a seller of small snacks and asks, showing him the small snacks, "Are these cakes?" "Cat cakes? Pure lamb meat, sir. Have you seen? What is this?" Like that? Clear. Just taken out of the oven? I do not understand. Do not buy. Then, stupid stranger, for what I am good at, because when people start playing with them, and in a moment they are all gone. 34. The story of the 3 dead men. They once found 3 murdered men, who seemed to be foreigners. They could not find any identification on them, but when they performed an autopsy, they discovered a pasta in one of the men's intestines, which led them to believe he was Italian, a P in another's, indicating that he was Chilean, and nothing in the third, but his accent revealed him to be German. 35. The sacristan who speaks to the faithful, told by Miss Elisa Echeverrio from Santiago in 1914. One Sunday morning, the parish priest was unwell, and he asked the sacristan to inform the village that he could not say Mass due to illness, but that they should pray the rosary instead. He stated that Thursday were vigil as it was the eve of Saint and Simon Jude, and that Pedro Martinez and Maria Jimenez were set to marry, asking anyone aware of any impediments to come forward. 36. Because the Joker has a head and a neck without fleas. This little tale and the ones that follow up to number 40 were told to me in Peñaflor in 1922 by the carpenter teacher Tranan Zito Gonzalez. Some teamsters were transporting wheat to a village, and where they stayed, their loads and gear were taken off the mules. The next day, when they got up and went to harness the beasts, they found that the traces, extra loads and ropes had disappeared. When Mass time came, the sacristan went to the pulpit and, addressing the congregation, said, "The priest is unwell, but the rosary will make him well. Thursday is Friday. A vigil for Pedro Martinez and Maria Jimenez, Saint Simon and Saint Jude are to marry. And if there are any impediments, please come forward to inform us." Due to his lack of practice in speaking before such a large audience, the poor sacristan became disoriented. "Who has stolen the harness?" said the foreman. "I'd give a sack of wheat to whoever tells me." Then a donkey that was grazing nearby, having seen in the night a fox and her cubs taking away the traces, overland ropes, said, "A mud of wheat as payment, and leaving it at that little pile, I'd bring them back the harness and the thieves." They agreed, and then the donkey went to the fox's den and lay down near the entrance. A little fox emerged, and upon seeing the donkey exclaimed, "Oh my, God has come to visit us. Look what trouble he's left behind here." The fox came out and shouted to the other foxes, "Come, children, bring the ropes, harnesses, and leads to tie up this donkey and drag him inside. We'll have enough food for at least a week." They tied up the donkey from all sides and started pulling, but the ropes kept slipping through their hands. Then said the fox, "Let's all tie ourselves to the ropes, harnesses, and leads, and then we can pull better." So they did, and when the donkey saw them bound, he stood up and pulled along with them, taking them to the drivers. He lay down on the ground with his rear facing where the wheat was, and again he pretended to be dead. They left the agreed upon sack of wheat in the little pile that the donkey had mentioned, but since it was so dusty, the donkey thought of a way to clean it. The jay, trying to escape, moved its wings like a devil, and with the wind it blew away all the dust and left the wheat completely clean. Then he released the jay, who, as he emerged, found his head and neck bald. A jay that was flying around lowered itself, and since these birds first eat the fat gut, the donkey, knowing this, puffed out all its strength and pushed out part of its anus, and then the jay bit it in that spot, and immediately the donkey contorted the opening, and along with the anus, the head and neck of the jay entered. With the heat that donkeys have inside, his feathers fell off, and since then jays have bald heads and necks. 837. The three lies. A farmer, on his deathbed, left as an inheritance to his 3 sons the sum of 300 pesos. The younger accepted the proposal, and they left. The 2 older ones, who were very ambitious, wanted to possess all the amount, and so that one alone would keep it. They proposed to the younger to bury the silver and travel for a year and give it to whoever, upon returning, told the biggest lie. Exactly after a year, the 3 met again at the same point where they had parted, which was where they had buried the money. And after embracing, the eldest began, "Little brothers, worked as a shepherd all year, and once I planted a chickpea bush that grew so much, it reached the sky." "What a big lie," said the other 2. "No tell yours brother," said the eldest to the second. Said he, "Worked at a spinning mill, and once I spun a thread so long, that while I held one end, the other reached the sky." "What a big lie," said the other 2. "To you, little brother, it's your turn to speak." "I," said the younger one, "I didn't work on anything fixed. But whatever came my way, I did it all. One night, walking alone on a deserted path, I twisted a little cigar, and when I went to light it, I realized I had no matches, and in the meantime I was desperate to smoke. So what did I do? The 300 pesos went to the younger one, who was the least ambitious and had not even bothered to craft his lie all year. 38. The little one and the frog. I saw a glimmer in the moonlight and climbed up to light my cigarette. And how did you climb up? By the thread you twisted. And how did you get down? By the pea you planted. See if you don't what the frog thought of. Seeing the danger he was in, he didn't hesitate. On the contrary, he greeted the little one very politely and said, "Good morning." So, little one, how are your health and that your officers and soldiers? There was a little frog sunbathing when a Pequan, spotting it from above, descended and sat next to it without giving the frog time to leap into the water. Frogs, like donkeys, are said to be clumsy, but that's a mistake, because they are very agile and have excellent ideas. And out loud, we are all fine, dear little frog. And what do you want? Nothing more than for you not to eat me. General, being such an honorable person, I hope you won't try to eat this poor frog. Moreover, there are so many mice at your disposal, and your meat is so tasty. What a well-spoken little frog, for surely you are at least a general. I have very, very good eyesight, and am certain I am not mistaken in saying that you must be a general, if not the president The little one thought to himself, "What a well-spoken little frog." Thought the little one to himself, "Should I eat him or shouldn't I? I am so hungry." And speaking loudly, he said, "Let's see, little frog, if I'll eat you or not." The Guerau, half philosopher, said, "Look at these creatures. They let themselves drown in the marsh because they don't want to pass through my guardian." 40. The Gueraus and the Frog. And Pequeno said, "In what hour would I not have devoured this filth?" 39. The Guerau and the Frog. A Guerau flew past over a marsh, and upon seeing a frog, he descended to eat it. But the frog, who saw him in time, leaped into the water. And there Pequeno yawned and closed his eyes, and the frog, who couldn't take his gaze off his enemies, as soon as he saw him blink, leaped into the water and shouted at Pequeno. Indecisive bird, wayfarer of paths, you walk like a butcher, leaping at passengers. Two Gueraus were flying and spotted a frog who with his back his belly to the sun, so white that it sparkled. 1. Guero said to the other brother, "Isn't that a frog over there?" And the frog, hearing them, replies to, "I am not a frog. Did you not see that I am a rag?" Then the Guerau said to a talking rag, "My guard will swallow it up." And he ate it. Part I myths, traditions, cases, superstitious narratives. July 8, 1911. The chanchilo is a fish from the beaches of Coquimbo, 1.5 meters long by 0.70 in diameter at its thickest part. It is traditional along the coast of the Coquimbo province for there to be a good friendship between the sea lion and man. Thus and through them the journey is less boring. J. Ortega Manila, Tenorios, chestnuts and fritters. Hispano-Americano Diary, No. 394, January 24, 1918, Myths 1, The Chanchilo. Reported by D.A. Irie Baron Charlin, 17 years old. Blessed be traditions. The more respectable they are, the more childish. They preserve the picturesque, the sentimental notion of life in the monotonous back and forth of the pendulum, in the falling leaves of the calendar, in the vulgarity of events. These traditions place a flower of poetry. When a fisherman has fallen into the water due to a storm causing his boat to capsize or any other reason, if there is a nearby sea lion, it will take the man on its back and bring him to shore at a safe location. Information provided to me in 1921 by the dentist surgeon Don Roberto Sant, native of the province of Coquimbo. This is where the affection that fishermen have for sea lions comes from, and so when they spot one, they greet it with the sweetest names. It is common for fishermen to tell stories of how a sea lion saved their parents or grandparents from death. If a sea lion is caught in the nets and dies before the fisherman can rescue it, the event causes genuine consternation among the fishing community, who fall into a state of superstitious fear for 2 or 3 days. 2. The Chumaka, legendary character who terrifies women in the fields and towns on both sides of the Chopa River near its mouth, warning them to be careful of him, that he won't tear them apart. Possibly El Chumaco was the nickname of a Saita bandit who established base of operations in those areas at the beginning of the 20th century. 3. The Calchona, told by Ramon Fernandez G., a 14-year-old student in Santiago, 1911. A man, unaware of his girlfriend's condition, married a witch. Due to certain events that occurred later, he fell into malice, and from then on he stalked her without her knowing until one night He saw her undressing, taking out her eyes, which she left in a plate with water, smearing her body with black ointment, wrapping herself in a sheepskin, and going outside where she joined many other sheep. As soon as she mingled with them, he saw that they all ran wildly, and he lost sight of her in an instant. The husband immediately returned home, taking the eyes his wife had left in the plate, and the ointment, threw them into a very swift stream. When the woman returned, unable to find either the eyes or the ointment, she remained as a sheep, and since then she is said to run along the river bank and by the channels. The boys have given her the name Calcona because of the large tufts of wool on the extremities of her legs. 4. Another version from the young student D. Francisco Viesquez, 15 years old, from Santiago. A long time ago, in the Chimba of Santiago, there lived a witch who was married to a cobbler. Every night she gave him a liquid to make him sleep. As soon as the cobbler started snoring, the witch would rub it on little ones who would turn into foxes, and then she would rub herself and transform into a goat, going out to wander. One day, the cobbler had to leave and didn't return until late at night. Everyone was surprised not to find his wife or children, but in a corner he saw 5 little foxes. "What is this?" said the cobbler. At dawn, the goat arrived and found only the empty boxes with a little oil stuck to them. He scooped up the oil and smeared it on his face, but it wasn't enough for him. That's why he still wanders around at night in the form of a goat with a human face and hands. Another version: in a rural house lived a young couple with 2 small children. The wife was a witch, and every Thursday night, while her husband slept soundly, thanks to a narcotic he took with his wine during dinner, she would transform her into a sheep at the gathering. And one of the foxes answer, my mommy left, but before she sent us away from the ointments in those boxes and turned us into foxes, and then she rubbed herself with the same ointment and became a goat and left. He took the shoemaker's oil and threw it at the squirrels, which turned back into children again. He took the oil from the boxes and threw it into the stream, which had a lot of water in it. And he threw the boxes with the little oil still stuck to them into the street. The husband, suspicious that something was going on, waited until his wife stood up from the table to bring a stew from the kitchen and threw the wine with the narcotic out into the courtyard. When the woman returned, she pretended to have just finished drinking it. They went to bed, but instead of sleeping, the husband carefully watched his wife. But before midnight, she got up, and he saw her undress completely, rub her body with ointment that she took from a small clay pot, and at midnight leave the house as a sheep. The man waited for a while, got up, mounted his horse, put any money he found in his pockets, took the children, and rode off, but not without setting fire to the house first. The fire consumed it in a few moments with everything it contained, even the pot of ointment. When the sheep returned, she found nothing but ruins, and since the ointment had disappeared, she could not return to her original form and had to continue living as a sheep. This is Caltrona, who enters everywhere in all places, sadly bleating, looking for her children. The farmers, knowing that she is a woman purifying her sins, let her pass freely and give her milk and leftovers from their meals. 6. The widow told to me by young student D. Carlos Puccio from Molina, 17 years old, in 1911. When building the hospital in Molina, those passing nearby at midnight would see a woman dressed in black. Black she would mount herself on the saddle for those riding horses, and out of fear they would lose consciousness. At the first cockcrow she returns to her grave. H.A. the Pigachin, the Francisco San Velasquez, 1911. The Pigachin is an ancient snake about 1/2 meter long, covered in scales. It is black in color and has wings. Then the woman would steal everything they had with them. 7. The Long Woman. From the cemetery in Perdons in the province of Curic, department of Vichuquin, a very tall woman emerges at midnight. When someone approaches her, she shrinks, and her petticoats make crackling sounds. He lives in the Cordillera, but at night, flying, he reaches San Bernardo and Santiago and sucks the blood of livestock. During the day, he hides in the gaps of old trees, and his presence is known because the trunks are drenched with the blood he vomits. He cannot be caught because he is highly venomous. Simply touching his bristles to a human skin will cause them to fall dead. To kill him, they cover the tree he is hiding in with a strong cloth so he cannot escape. And then they set fire to the tree to scare him away and prevent him from harming livestock. All that is needed is to sound a bull horn. The deep sound it produces terrifies him, causing him to flee. He only attacks humans if provoked. 9. The Coca D. Francisco 2 Viescos, 1911. An elderly lady who lived in the Cordillera told the child's grandmother about a monster that appeared there half woman, half cow, always with its head covered so its face couldn't be seen. They called it La Cuca. It would enter houses, take sleeping people from their beds and leave them in a distant place without harming them. In the Cordillera, lives are being half man, an old bearded man, and half goat. He only comes out at night, and if anyone passes near where he is, he calls them by name. If they answer, he disappears immediately and is found far away in the same Cordillera, headless and with his body torn apart, or he ends up in the Pyrenees. Francisco Sandy Viesquez, 1911, and on the path of the alleyways in the same range, but my informant doesn't know which province. A tiger would attack travelers and rob them, taking them to his cave where he would kill them. Many workers on the Transandine Railway are witnesses to this first tale. The Wolf Man. D. Once on this path, a priest was traveling with his servant when they encountered the tiger. The defeated one pleaded, "Don't kill me, for I am a man like you and your friend." The priest's servant forgave him, and both of them, rubbing themselves with the saddle, transformed into humans. The priest was very frightened, and seeing him tremble with fear, his servant said, "Give him nothing, sir," and took off the horse's saddle, rolled in it, transformed into a tiger, and fought against the one that had emerged onto the path, defeating it and leaving it badly wounded. Then the one who had attacked them took the priest and his servant to his cave and gave them everything he had stored there, silvers, clothes, riding chairs, jewelry, etc. After which they bade each other farewell, and the priest with his assistant continued on their way. 12. The Enchanted Orchard. In Perdons, Curic province, there is an orchard that catches fire at midnight. No one can pass near it on horseback, for the horse becomes frightened and throws its rider, killing him. Lakes, a girl's coming to aid with a golden calms. 13. Some people, drawn by her song, venture into the mountains where she dwells, for they know her by this name and do not return. No one knows what befalls them. 14. The Lady of Aculio Lake. The Lady of the River Cato, D. Augusto S. Serrate, age 12. He has lived in Chile, near the River Cato, N-double province, on a path far removed from the main road. Every Thursday evening a very beautiful girl with golden hair appears and sings with a lovely voice. At Aculio Lake every night at midnight a girl emerges to comb her hair with a golden comb. Those who pass by and try to go where the girl is fall into the lagoon and inevitably drown. It is said that she plays a golden harp, and when she stops, 7 colts emerge, running over the water, followed by 7 riders on horseback, throwing lassos at them, but unable to catch them. 15. Tagua Tagua Lagoon. Whenever the manager approached the lagoon, not yet fully dried, he'd pull out his crook and cut the rope to avoid drowning, reported by Don Luis Barahona Novo, dentist, in 1910. When Don Javier Errázuriz was drying up the Tagua Tagua Lagoon 60 years ago, approximately, the locals from the hacienda said that at siesta time the devil would appear as a gold horned bull. The estate manager once caught it with a stronger rope made of ox leather, but the bull cut through it. He then had another, even stronger one crafted, which the bull couldn't break, though it did drag the manager along, still riding his good horse. The bull took care of a girl who, every afternoon after sunset, would go to the shore of the same lagoon and sit on a stone to comb her golden hair with a golden comb. People could hear her sing from afar with a melodious voice, accompanied by the sounds of an arpa that played wonderfully. If anyone approached, she would flee precipitately and dive into the water, not emerging until the following afternoon. 16. The Girl's Cave. On Bucalamu Beach there is a cave on a hill called Girl's Cave, where a young enchantment lives. At night she goes to comb herself on the beach with a golden comb that gleams in the moonlight. She sits on a rock, and if anyone attracted by her beauty approaches her, the sea begins to rise, drowning the curious. If they enter the cave during the day with light, it goes out with a puff of air that no one knows where it comes from. 17. Putahul Laguna, referred to in 1911 by young student D. Ramon Fernandez, 15 years old, from Santiago. Many years ago, before the railroad line connecting Santiago to Valparaiso had been laid, 6 carters with their loaded carts came from the port to the capital on a Good Friday. 5 of them refused to proceed any further, respecting the sacredness of the day. But the 6th said he didn't care, it was Good Friday, and that he wasn't going to waste time. He drove his oxen with a whip and entered the water and the lowest car at the lowest point of the lagoon. Just as they were passing through the middle, a creature that was on the bottom grabbed the oxen and carts and pulled them towards it. The laguna of the 3 Pascualas. The cart driver, seeing that the oxen were sinking, prodded and shouted at them to come out, but in vain, for the skin did not release them. On the contrary, once he had secured his prey at the bottom of the lagoon, he also caught the cart driver, whom his companions saw disappear moments later. Since then, every Holy Friday, the voices of the cart driver are heard calling his oxen. 18, told by Don Francisco Sin and Va Squares. In those days when the Spaniards ruled in Chile near Concepcion, lived a beautiful lady, mother of 3 loveliest daughters named Sun, Hope, and Joy. But among the people of the town, due to their mother's name, they were called the 3 Pascualas. The mother died, and the girls led a dissolute life, constantly partying with the young men from Concepcion and other cities who came to enjoy themselves in their palace. Many gentlemen lost themselves because of these girls. The crimes committed in that palace were so numerous and serious that God, wary of all the sin, caused the palace to sink one day during a great feast, along with the 3 girls and all their companions. More than 50 people filling the space with water where that place of dissipation once stood, and its dependencies. He spent the rest of the day and all night with them, having a good time. The next day, he woke up around noon and found himself naked on a sandbank of the Bio, and the extent of water formed for this reason, which still exists, is known as Laguna de las Tres Pascualas. Once a young man fell asleep on a large stone at the edge of this lagoon, and when he woke up, he saw 3 beautiful girls setting a small table in front of him and serving all sorts of delicious food and exquisite wines. Whenever the water from the lagoon recedes, a huge rock that looks like a church is revealed. The few people who have managed to enter and leave alive say there's a wonderfully beautiful altar inside, in front of which shine over 10,000 lights. Brute Stories 19, the Mule Cave on a hill that rises on the south side of Tinguiririca in the department of San Fernando, where the Calabozo Path passes. There's a Salamancan cave with a large stone at its entrance that has a mule's footprint etched on it. To enter this cave, several people must go together, and they can take whatever they want from a great treasure in the middle, but to leave they have to lock one of those who entered inside. 20. The Punished Frog, referred to me by student D. Antonio Morales, 16 years old, in Santiago in 1909. In a house lived 3 sisters. One day they proposed to visit some friends, but one of them, pretending to be unwell, did not accompany the other 2. While they were visiting, they saw a huge frog enter the living room, which caused great fear in all. When the 2 girls returned home, they found their sister in bed, covered with bruises and wounds, which she explained by saying that she had slipped, and the fall had caused them. The explanation was not acceptable, and the sisters deduced that what they thought was true. The sisters, suspecting that the one who stayed behind was a witch, imagined it could be her, coming to annoy their friends, whom she hated, and although they did everything possible to prevent the homeowners from harming her, she was cruelly abused, beaten with the handle of a feather duster. And it was indeed true. 21. The vengeful told by the same young Morales in 1909. A village girl found a frog on her path, and using some nettle leaves, she struck it hard on its belly. The frog became motionless, legs up, and greatly swollen. That night, when the girl opened her bed to get in, an enormous frog emerged from under the pillow, sat on its hind legs, and stared at the girl with such a fixed and intense gaze that she froze with fear and died. The frog was a witch. 22. Once a young man decided to visit the cave, and indeed he went there and entered with a torch. The Cave of the Chips, told to me by Oscar Salinas, a 12-year-old boy in 1912. He heard it told in Melipilla. On a hill near the Chips in the province of Melipilla, there is a cave that, they say, is inhabited by witches. Shortly after starting his journey, he came across a very beautiful and lavishly decorated hall with about 5 young women aged 18 to 20, and pretty and dressed in expensive outfits and precious jewelry, sitting in luxurious chairs. They invited him to dine, which he accepted. When the meal ended, they demanded that he stay the night, and he, who had fallen in love with one of the girls, readily agreed to stay with her. The tableware was silver, the cutlery gold, and the food so delicious that, as a wealthy youth fond of good cuisine, he had never tasted anything so exquisite. In a moment of distraction from the young women, he pocketed a complete place setting and a sweet pastry. The next morning, when he woke up, he found himself embraced by a skeleton, and in his pockets, instead of the place setting, 3 bones, where he expected to find a sweet pastry, he discovered cow dung. His torch had disappeared, and it took him much effort and over an hour to escape. 23. The Man Who Wanted to Fly, referred to in 1911 by D. Francisco Scanvillasquez, who heard it told in Santiago. A woman lived in the country with her 2 daughters, and one day a man who worked on a neighboring farm came to ask for shelter, which was given to him. It must have been around midnight when the man woke up and hearing noise in the next room, got up barefoot and in his nightclothes and peered through the keyhole of the door connecting his room with that of the housewife. He saw the woman and one of her daughters completely naked as they smeared black tar all over their bodies. When they were fully covered, he heard them say, from town to town, from place to place, and watched them fly out an open window facing the courtyard. After a good while, he entered Mrs. Name's room through the window, undressed, and rubbed black pitch all over his body. Then he said, from life to life, from place to place, and immediately flew up to the roof and fell from that height, striking so fiercely that he lost consciousness. He couldn't fly well because he miscued the formula. He said, from life to life, from place to place, instead of saying, from town to town, from place to place, as Mrs. Name and her daughter had told him. When mother and daughter arrived at their room at dawn, they found the lifeless body of the farmer, and to punish him, Mrs. Name turned him into a donkey, and they used him ever since to carry wood they went to fetch from a nearby hill. A lot of time passed until one night, the younger daughter, not the one who had flown home, told the donkey, I'm going to make you human again, but on condition that you leave here and never come back. And he led him to a place where the lady had a cabbage plantation, and taking a very small one, she gave it to him to eat. As soon as the donkey devoured the little cabbage, it turned into a man, and thanking his benefactor, he left. Upon arriving at the day, he found himself in a very dark forest, and some loggers who were wandering by, seeing him naked, went to get him clothes. The man stayed working with them and told them what had happened to him. 24. The witch drawing, he told me, in 1911, the young Don Carlos Puccio, 17 years old, from Molina. There is a witch in Molina named Miguel Molina, who is both a wizard and a poet. They tell of him that once in the Andes he rode on a beautiful white horse grazing in a meadow and suddenly disappeared with the mount. They say he reached Argentina, for they saw him there that same day talking to a friend. Once again, while selling his wares along the roads, a man driving a cart pulled out a handkerchief from his box. He pretended not to have seen anything and let him go. But once the man had moved ahead by about 3 blocks, the cart began to retreat until it was near the thief, and the carriage driver had to return the stolen handkerchief. 25. The Witches of Pumo. The largest of these hills is called Gurutran or Gulutran. This comes from Don Roberto Rengifo, who handed me this account in 1921. Near the town of Pumo, capital of the Cachapol department, there are isolated hills whose summits have the shape of conical caps with a high rounded point, and people from the surrounding area often go there to relax and enjoy themselves on Sunday, bringing clothes and liquor. It is said that the carpenter from the Codao estate, which lodges the large and closest in those areas, would disappear on Saturdays from Pumo, and bad tongues attributed this to his dealings with witches. They lived at that point, not many years ago, some poor descendants of the natives who were considered witches among the modern settlers, as they believed that just as the devil danced on top of Gulutren, they would go up on Saturdays to perform rituals or spells to enter a person's body and fly away like the chonchons. As evidence, they told of a time when he wanted to fly as well and joined the other witches on Gulutran, performed the rituals, and shouting without God or Saint Mary, he jumped from the top and suddenly found himself flying in the air among a flock of choncones. But as he passed over the fundos' houses and saw them so far below, he exclaimed in fear, "My Lord, how high we are," and immediately crashed and died. On Sunday morning, he was found collapsed on the road in front of the houses J26. The appearance of the snake. This story was told to me in 1911 by D. Juan Pereira, a 16-year-old boy from Coquins. A gentleman invited a middle-aged woman, who was rumored to be a witch, for lunch, and during the meal asked her if it was true what people said about her. He then requested that if it were, she make a snake appear coiled around his right arm. The woman remained silent, but soon after, the gentleman felt his arm go numb, and little by little a snake began to appear, tightening its grip on his arm moment by moment. He went there, and the other witch rubbed his arm with the juice of the herbs, and the snake was gradually disappearing. 27. The trader turned into a donkey. Then the gentleman asked her to make this snake disappear, but she replied that she couldn't do it herself. She had to visit another witch's house, who she indicated, and bring back some herbs that she handed over to him in a bundle. Nichols Fenzalada, aged 70, guardian of the National Library, told me in 1920, in the presence of several employees of the same library, that when he was a young man, about 20, he had been a servant to a rich trader who traveled throughout the South with a team of mules loaded with goods, and he was one of 10 or more men who accompanied him for service and protected him from bandits that infested the roads at that time. And that once on their journey, they stayed in the house of a wealthy farmer who had several very beautiful daughters. And after a few years, Fuenzalida met his old patron in Santiago and asked what had happened to him on that occasion. They waited 3 days, and as the merchant did not appear, they notified the subdelegate, who, in the meantime, took charge of the mules and Fuenzalida, and the other servants went their separate ways. They ate well and went to sleep, the master alone in a comfortable and well-furnished room, while they slept in the barn, tending to the animals. They were supposed to continue their journey the next day. But the trader did not appear, despite no one having seen him leave. After that, he entered again and returned to the corner with the tray, starting to repeat the same phrases. Bring cookies. Bring toast. Although he repeated these phrases several times, the tray remained empty. Then he went out into the patio, and from where the knight was sitting, he could see him moving his lips as if murmuring words. The knight, who wanted to learn from a witch, referred to by Francisco Servan and V.A. Squares. Knight went to visit a friend and stayed for breakfast. After being served tea, the friend took a tray, went to a corner of the room and began to say, "Bring cookies, bring toast." And instantly the tray was filled with delicious cookies and toast, but many of the visitors in the house refused to even try them out of fear that something bad might happen to them. When the visitors left, the knight told his friend, "He would like you to teach me how to get the food I ask for." "But not just food," answered the friend, "but everything one desires. Come tomorrow night, and we'll show you." The gentleman returned the next day as it grew dark, and the friend led him to a secluded room in the house where they both undressed completely. The merchant told him that the farmer who owned the house where they stayed had caught him in the middle of the night with his youngest daughter, and in retaliation turned him into a donkey because he was a wizard, that he kept him like that for 6 months, making him work until he was exhausted, and every night before going to bed he would beat him so severely that he would be left collapsed, that after 6 months the farmer had said, "I think you've been sufficiently punished for your lack of loyalty in repaying the hospitality I offered you. But if you want to be a man again, you'll have to sign a document stating that I bought and paid for the mules and goods still held by the subdelegate, and give my daughter 10,000 pesos as a dowry. Otherwise, you'll remain a donkey for the rest of your life." I had no choice but to accept, because if I refused, I would still be a donkey and live in constant hunger, enduring a formidable beating every night. The gentleman wore a talisman around his neck, which the friend ordered him to remove and throw out the window, which he did. They waited until midnight and then went to a nearby hill, where, upon reaching the top, the friend muttered some words that the gentleman didn't understand, and suddenly they found themselves surrounded by a multitude of fierce animals and horrible creatures. The friend began stroking a snake, which wrapped itself around his neck, and told the gentleman, "Take any animal you like." The gentleman was shaking with fear, and said to his friend that he would rather not learn the art of witchcraft, because he would never dare put it into practice. Then the friend murmured a few words, and the knight found himself dressed at his house door, 29, the coal hearter who turned into a roaster. Being an employee of the main post office in Santiago, 1888, I held the position of Sind officer in the same office under Don Francisco Mu Os Donoso, brother of the canon and famous sacred orator Don Esteban Mu Os Donoso, with whom and his entire family I lived on Santa Rosa Street. One day, while several office employees were talking about Santiago's strange types, Mu Os Donoso told us the curious story of a cobbler who claimed to have turned into a rooster, and having expressed a desire to hear the tale directly from the cobbler, protagonist of this odd account, he took me to the cobbler's house, which was also on Santa Rosa Street. The cobbler was an elderly man with a cheerful demeanor and a sympathetic face, despite being missing an eye, whose eyelids drooped into his socket. Awareness of the purpose of my visit, and seeing 2 coins placed on his desk, he untied his shoelaces and began to tell me the story. The story lived in this very street, near my house, a rich gentleman who had lost his fortune in cockfighting, to which he was extremely fond. One day, this gentleman brought me some shoes to mend, and we started talking. He complained about his bad luck. He only had 200 pesos left out of the many thousands he once had. He planned to bet them all on a famous English cock that was going to be brought to the arena the following Sunday. I told him before, you go to the arena, come by my place. I'll keep the door locked so you can enter. On my work table, there's a cage with a good fighting cock. Take it and bet whatever you can on that cock. Be sure to win. At the turn, he goes back to leave the cage edge where he found it, and next to it 5 pesos for every bet he wins. Sunday arrived, and I, sir, who then practiced the art, turned into a rooster and got inside the cage. The gentleman passed by, took me to the arena, and with great ease I dispatched 4 or 5 roosters, even the famous English rooster. When he returned, he left me on the table and left. I got out of the cage and turned back into a man, finding more than 100 pesos at the agreed upon place. The next day, my boss told me that I had won around 5,000 pesos, and we arranged for him to come back for the rooster on Sunday. He took me again, and just like before, I killed all the roosters they put in front of me, and this continued for over a month, with the gentleman filling his pockets with silver, while I won between 100 and 150 pesos every Sunday, so much so that I didn't even have to work anymore. Sir, everyone was afraid of me and no longer wanted to bet against me, because they were all going broke. But once, after the fight ended, a thin and very ugly man who had never been seen on the field before challenged my boss for the following Sunday, telling him that he would bring a cock worth more than mine, and that, of course, he bet 20,000 pesos. Agreed, said my boss, taking the cage and leaving it in my room, with the share of winnings that was due to me. Sir, if I must tell you the truth, when I heard the challenge from that very ugly man, I got a little scared. But on Sunday, to build up courage, because the fear lasted, I took a good drink of rum, became a cock, and got into the cage. Seeing that big rooster made my pride swell and my blood boil. When we arrived at the field, the thin man was already there with a sturdy cock, sir, a cock that was a giant among cocks, and he renewed his bet. They went for 20,000 pesos and put me and my opponent face to face. Sir, the fight was tremendous. 200 varons and more, replied my patron. I believe that among all the gamblers they would bet over 100,000 pesos on the other rooster. Clo, 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 said my enemy after a long period of fighting in which we had only managed to tear each other's feathers. And he gave me such a fierce test in the right eye that it emptied completely, and I nearly lost consciousness. But anger and the aguardiente I had drunk held me up, and I went at him with all my might. He defended himself valiantly too, and the spectacle was so captivating that curious spectators didn't even breathe. I was blind with rage, having been left blind in one eye, and I felt more valor when I heard everyone betting against me. 20,000 pesos more, cried the thin man. The case is that after so much fighting, we were both contenders, well worn out, but I saw that the other was more spent than I, and with one pecking motion after another, and a deadly thrust here, and one that missed in the air, I caught my enemy off guard, and clo, 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 with all the strength that remained to me, I ran my spur through his head and left him lying dead. Lord, the only sounds that could be heard were the curses of the fallen, who were almost all present, and the captain's voice as he counted out the silver he received, pockets it happily. The captain left me 15,000 by the cage, and the next day, upon seeing my loss of an eye, he asked what had happened to me. Only then did I tell him that I was the fighter turned into a rooster, and that I would never want to become a rooster again. I believe, sir, I added, that the rooster I killed was a man like me, and who knows if it was the devil who led him. The gentleman told me that since he had made his fortune again, he thought he would not play any more, and so he did. But I, sir, being young, not forgetting that I had been the rooster so many times and enjoying myself, I spent all the money, and when I ran out of copper, I returned to my old trade as a shoemaker. Sir, the silver earned by sorcerers is of no use. It turns into salt and water. 30. The roses of the clear monks in some missions in southern Chile, after the pious distributions were over, a man approached one of the missionaries to confess, and among other sins, he confessed to practicing black magic. The priest told him that an intelligent man should not believe in such things, that magical practices were mere diabolic illusions and never produced anything positive. The penitent replied that it was not so, and if he wanted to prove it, he could test him. The priest agreed and told him to bring a rose from the bush that was located in a specific part of the garden of the Clarisas nuns in Santiago, the only one of its kind in the entire country. The man assured him that he would bring it in an hour, and instructed him to lock him in a dark room and keep the key. This was done, and after locking the door, the priest kept the key. After recovering from his initial shock, he decided to perform a test on the motionless body and stabbed it with a pin in the left heel, but the body showed no response whatsoever. Approximately 3¼ hours later, when the priest entered the room, he was horrified to find a headless body on the floor. He left and did not return until the hour had passed, and if before his terror was great upon finding a cadaver, how much greater it would be to face the man standing who offered him a rose, fresh and fragrant, and asked if it were of the same kind he had requested. The priest, who was extremely amazed, said nothing but invite him to leave the room, When the man began to walk, he limped and complained. The priest asked what was wrong, and he replied that as he fell from the top of the wall into the nun's garden, he had impaled a thorn from the rose bush on his heel, and it hurt a lot. "Don't you see how everything is pure illusion?" said the father. "There is no such thorn, nor wall, nor anything. The pain you feel comes from a pin I myself pushed into your heel." And to prove it, he removed the pin. "The thorn business might be an illusion," replied the man. "But what about the rose? Is it or isn't it from the garden of the nuns?" "Clear." "Sir, I do not want to practice magic again, and I wish to continue confessing." And he finished his confession, manifestly repentant for his sins. This story he told Francisco I Velasquez, his grandmother, who heard it from the priest who confessed, the sorcerer, 31, the knight who was transformed into a horse and then into a told in Piaflor in 1922 by carpenter master Trajan Ancido Gonzalez, native of Chopa, age 57. An employee of the Panku Estate Administration reported in 1910 a group of workers, among whom was Master Trajan Ancido, that on one occasion when he went to Talagant at K, some friends invited him to pull a wagon at the house of some good-looking girls. He fallen in love with a woman, but since he could not achieve his desired outcome the first night, he stayed at her house for a few days until he finally succeeded, but by deceiving the girl with promises of marriage. "One I returned," he said, "very satisfied with my deed. As I crossed a little wood, I suddenly found myself transformed into a horse. Goodness, I thought to myself, what am I going to do now? Here comes the foreman of the threshing crew and asks, 'Whose horse is that?' 'We found it in the middle of the boldo thicket up there,' answered one of the workers. 'My luck isn't so bad if I stay a horse.' So I entered the little wood and spent the rest of the day and night there. The next morning early, some workers who were ploughing with mares in a nearby field stumbled upon me, and one said, 'Whoa, what a beautiful horse. Let's take him to the barn.' Sure, they agreed, and they took me away. I worked very well, my friends, so they did not whip or nail the spurs into me, and everyone looked at me with their mouths agape in amazement at how well I was doing. 'Let it go,' said the foreman, 'in case its owner comes and accuses us of working with a stolen horse.' 'But, sir, it has no brand,' objected someone. 'That doesn't matter, let it go,' he replied. And to my great relief they released me, and I turned back towards the boldo thicket, as the peons called it, not too lightly, because unaccustomed as I was to the work they had forced upon me, I felt very tired. It was nightfall when I sprinted towards the village, and at the first ranch I saw with light, I knocked, and a woman around 20, 5 years old, not unattractive, answered and opened the door. Just as I entered the woods, a young woman who I had been flirting with appeared in front of me, and throwing a bundle of grass at me, she said, "Take this so you can learn to mock women. I turned you into a horse. Eat this grass and go change." I ate the grass, and as soon as I swallowed the last bite, I was human again. "Madame," I said, "I need shelter for tonight, as I don't know where to go, and I'm very tired. I've lost my horse, and I don't even know where I am." "You're at the entrance of Talagantis, sir," she replied, "and regarding accommodation, there's only this room in the ranch, and this is the only bed I have." She showed me a palasa, a thick blanket spread, over a cot. "Additionally, my husband isn't home as he went out to run some errands and won't return until tomorrow." I undressed and lay down next to her. The next morning, very early, before the sun rose, we heard someone approaching the ranch while singing. "It's my husband," the woman said. "How did he come so soon?" "Madam," I begged, "let me sleep in any corner. All I want is to be under a roof, and please don't bother about me. If you're not as delicate as I thought." She said, "Then enter." "Sir." The woman undressed and lay down, and immediately she said to me, "You know there's only this bed. If you want, come lie next to me." "But, madam," I replied, "I'm comfortable here and don't want to disturb you. All I need is not to sleep out in the open." "Come lie down." She insisted and stopped being stubborn. "What if her husband suddenly arrives and catches me?" I asked. "Stop being stubborn," I told her. "My husband is in Moloko and won't arrive until tomorrow with the rising sun." Damn it. The woman wasn't ugly, and it's better to sleep even on a rough bed than curled up in a corner. But never mind. Dress lightly and hide under the bed. I had just hidden in the place the woman told me when her husband entered, and she said to him, "Go get some wood for me, Manuel, to make a pot of soup later," because I woke up with a craving. While Manuel went to gather wood, the woman spoke a few words I didn't understand, and I froze, becoming a turkey, and she chased me into the corral where many others were still sleeping. Not long after, the woman told Manuel, "Go ask my godmother Mercedes to give me some chichoka, because we've run out of what we had." Manuel left, and Joanna seized the moment of her husband's absence to transform into a man, and she said to May, "Go down this path lightly, and may luck be with you." And here they have me, something they would never have guessed. I was once a horse and a turkey. I managed to fly up and hide among the other birds when I heard Manuel ask his wife, "And what about that huge, fat turkey? It's the neighbors and must have strayed yesterday afternoon. It doesn't bother us. And let's eat turkey soup with cornbread." What do you think? Joanna. That's in reply. She wrote, taking a stick and delivering a fierce blow to the turkey next to me, which fell to the ground. I'll leave it at that, as the text is quite vivid and descriptive. "The latter still has traces," said one worker from below, and the former as well, said another slowly, because it wasn't that long ago that he gave me a solid kick that hurt just as much as if the boss still had whips, and I answered back. Illusions 32. 33, The Girl with Big Eyes, D. Francisco and V.I. Squares, 1911. One night, the two young men were walking down Gallen de la Burra Street, now Erasmo Escala Street in Santiago, when they saw a very beautiful girl. About halfway down the block, her eyes shone like lights, and as they approached her, they noticed her eyes getting bigger and bigger. By the time they reached her, they saw neither face nor body, but only two enormous eyes staring at them intently. The young men fled in terror, praying aloud. The Goat of Berra Street, told in 1912 by Enrique Alfaro, a 7-year-old boy from Santiago. In Berra Street in Santiago there was, years ago, an olive tree, and from its roots emerged a goat that would wander from one end to the other of the street every night. A butcher who was called Alijo and lived in a house near the fig tree followed the goat one night and caught up to it, but although he gave it many stabs with his knife, he did not hurt it, for it was all an illusion. It is believed that it was all a simple hallucination caused by drunkenness. 34. Shadows. D. Francisco Sin Vasquez, 1911. On a moonlit night, a knight had to embark on a journey from Talca to Pelqui, and to reach his destination he had to cross a mountain on horseback. The knight was also startled, and to overcome his fear, he nailed his spurs into the horse and directed it straight towards the corpse. As they entered, the horse stopped in terror because they saw, as a rider did, a body lying on the ground not far away with its arms outstretched. Upon approaching it, he realized that what he had taken for a dead person was the trunk of a tree that had been toppled by time. Thus all fear disappeared, and he continued on his way tranquilly. Not far after, he saw something peculiar pass between the trees, and the horse stopped again, and it was a lion. The traveler prepared a trabuco, a weapon used in those times, which he carried with him, and after firing, he saw that what appeared to be a lion was merely the shadow cast by the peak of a nearby hill. When he had crossed the mountain and entered the valley, he encountered a widow on horseback who kept pace with him. The knight spoke to her, but she remained silent. After traveling a long way in silence, side by side, the widow dismounted and leaped onto the saddle of her companion, who tried to hold on, but found no one there. The knight continued on his way, and soon noticed something rising from the ground like a cloud. He focused his attention, and saw that it was a ghost. Fearful of the danger such an encounter might bring, he fled at full gallop, with the ghost following behind. They say that in ancient times a priest went to that place and asked for alms from an arriero leading a mule loaded with silver. Not only did he not give the priest anything, but he insulted him. Curse on the hill of Las Peticas, in the department of Colchagua, there is a very large cliff with a yellow patch that represents an arriero caddy standing beside his mule. Fortunately, in his frenzied escape, he stumbled upon a hut where he and his horse took shelter. Just as dawn broke, all fear dissipated, but the impression of what had happened stayed with the knight for a long time. The priest cursed him, and both the arriero and the mule were embedded into the stone. Near another cliff there is another yellow patch resembling the figure of a priest. Treasures information. I. Burials are always in copper pails at the feet of a boldo or patagua tree. At night, between 7 and 8 o'clock, candles emerge from the point where the treasure is hidden. When a burial site is found, one should take only a single coin, which is kept without spending it for a year. Andres González, aged 55, from Santiago, in around 1890, in a house on Recoleta Street in Santiago, opposite the church of the same name, lived a man named Pedro. The informant does not remember his surname, who had a shop in the same building and employed a young boy of about 12. After the year has passed, one can remove the rest of the treasure. Upon finding the burial, 5 masses must be said for the soul of the former owner of the treasure. 36. The burial of the orange tree referred to in 1911 by D.J. One morning, Pedro found the boy lying unconscious in the courtyard. After administering some remedies, he regained consciousness, but was very frightened. His master asked him what had happened, and after much hesitation, he finally revealed that one night he had gone out to relieve himself, and upon returning, saw a cleric under an orange tree in the courtyard, who told him that he had buried a large amount of money there. That same night the man began digging, and indeed he found a burial site. He completed his task and went off to work in the country, setting up a shop and office. Pedro told the boy that it was just a dream and not to make hasty judgments. The next day he paid him 1 month's salary, ordered him to go home and get medical treatment, and not return until he was fully recovered. Of the silver he found under the orange tree, he spent nothing for an entire year, as otherwise he would have lost it all. He was very rich, but he squandered it all and did not rise above modest mediocrity. 37. The two travellers told by Don Francisco Soon V.I. Squez in 1911. 2 men set out on a foot excursion, and after walking for a long time became lost. Exhausted, they laid down on the ground in the shade of some trees. One of the hikers fell asleep almost immediately, but the other could not close his eyes and sat down to smoke a cigarette. While smoking, he looked at his companion, who was sleeping like an angel of God, and he wondered greatly when he saw that a sort of coloured bubbles were coming out of his mouth, disappearing into the air. But suddenly one much larger than the rose up slightly and then continued on its way towards the east, surrounded by a few boys who accompanied it with expressions of joy. The man left a mark and returned to his sleeping companion, shaking him vigorously several times before he woke up. This caught his attention, so he got up and followed the balloon and its companions until they stopped at the base of a cliff at the foot of a nearby hill. Underneath this cliff the balloon descended. Only after dividing the treasure between them did he tell his sleeping friend everything he had seen. 38. The priest long ago, no one dared to pass through some alleys near the Putagan River, because suddenly, without knowing where it came from, a priest would appear before passers-by. The sleepyhead, upon waking, said to his friend, "I dreamed a very nice dream. I was walking down a path and encountered some friends who greeted me joyfully and told me they were going to give me a treasure. Well, when you woke me up, they were taking me to show it to me." The friend listened to the story and immediately led his companion to the foot of the cliff, without telling him what he had seen, invite him to accompany him in digging where he had seen the coloured balloon disappear, and as expected, after a few strikes, they stumbled upon a large bucket filled with gold coins. Although nothing happened, they were filled with fear and turned back in panic. Once, a man who had to deliver some wheat loads to a neighbouring location that could be reached through these alleys or another path, said he would take the alleys, and laughed at the priest that they said appeared. He didn't care about all the priests and friars on earth, as a knife he carried, about a half-yard long, was enough to defend himself against them. Despite his wife and friends begging him not to do it, he set off towards the alleys. A few blocks later, as he walked through them, the priest appeared in front of him. But our man drew a knife and attacked the apparition. The priest turns around, takes the escape rope, and the man follows from behind brandishing his weapon, but without managing to catch up. Suddenly, the cleric disappeared among some bushes, leaving no trace, but as the man saw the place where the priest vanished, he started digging the earth with his knife until he stumbled upon a large jar that he opened and saw was filled with gold and silver coins. She lit it, and he entered carrying the sacks and emptied them in the middle of the room. The woman, upon seeing all that wealth, almost fainted and exclaimed in shock and tears, "What have you done, wretch?" Then he went back for the wheat bundles, emptied them, filled sacks with the coins, and returned to his home. When he arrived, it was already nighttime, and he told his wife to light a lamp. "There's only a tiny piece of candle left," she said. "Light it," he replied. "Where did you steal all that silver?" The husband calmed her down by telling her what had happened to him. He made 2 more trips and became the richest man in his land. He still lives in Chile. The devil 39. Amazed, he said, "So you have teeth, my little one, and big one." The tiny one replied, "Indeed, the man saw that from the child's mouth came enormous teeth." The toothed boy 1910, while a tenant was walking tranquilly along the edge of a fence, he heard wails coming from a bush. He approached it, and among the weeds saw a beautiful child, apparently only a few months old, whom he picked up in his arms and stroked. The creature smiled, and as it smiled, it opened its mouth, revealing white things like teeth. At this he realized what he had taken for a baby was none other than the devil himself, and frightened, he threw him far away, exclaiming, "Hail Mary, most pure." And at that very moment the devil burst, leaving behind a thick haze with a strong sulphur odor. 40. The dance of the devil 1910, it is said that in the 18th century the devil was a close friend of the miners from Pitorca, where he had established his headquarters. On paydays he would descend with them to the town or nearby areas to grind and dance the cueca in the Devil's Plaza, located near the end of Silver Street, or on Cerro de la Plaza and Cerro del Piojo. Once he danced on the latter, he did it so well that a miner could not help exclaiming, "Holy Virgin, how well this broken one dances." And the devil, upon hearing the invocation to the Virgin, burst, leaving behind a place turned into burnt sulphur. 41. The devil's son, not too many years ago, there lived in Pitorca an old man, small and plump, around 70 years old, known as Dieu Vicent Cuchucha. His early steps in the world are shrouded by popular imagination with fantastical and mysterious influences. It is said that while his mother was waiting for a child to arrive, she asked her husband for money to buy clothes. The husband, who was over 60 years old and suspicious of his wife's pregnancy, replied that he would not give her a single cent, as the child about to be born was not his. Indignant, the woman wept and asked her husband, "Then, whose is it?" "You will know better than I," the husband retorted, "but it's not mine." To which the woman replied, "Then it must be the devil's, and he will give me what I need." And she never asked her husband for money again. When the time for childbirth arrived, a large basket suddenly appeared in the room with the patient, completely filled with newborn baby clothes, including a cloth naval band, swaddling cloths made from the softest and silkiest baeta, as well as knitted caps and woolen socks. No one could say who had brought the basket or how and when it was entered. From the first days after the child's birth, it became clear that the devil took a special interest in both the baby and its mother, who was the one who had provided the clothes. The mother always found near her the richest bird stew, excellent toasted flour puddings, and delicious porridge, considered the best remedies to ensure nursing mothers have plenty of good milk. Boy was fond of his way. They sometimes found him on the house beams, other times in an attic, and once they discovered him playing with a doll among the branches of an elm tree. Of course, no one saw the devil, but everyone blamed him for what happened. And the mother, justifiably alarmed, had the child baptized immediately, believing that by making him Christian, Satan's attentions and care would cease. But it was in vain, for the devil continued as before. Then the mother turned to a holy priest named Toledo, famous for being the best exorcist in the country, to drive away the demon, which he finally managed to do, not without experiencing great troubles and suffering severe jest from the evil enemy, Father Toledo. To reach the house haunted by the devil, had to cross a narrow bridge made of a single board, crossing a chasm. Well, when the holy man was halfway across the bridge, the devil tipped it over, and the priest fell into the water, a feat that the devil celebrated with loud laughter, saying, "I've drowned the stubborn duck." Nothing in the legend says what became of Father Vicent Cuchucho's father, and of him one only knows that he lived always from his work cultivating a small inheritance that belonged to him, and until his death he was known by the nickname Son of the Devil, done in contracts with the Devil 42. The generous Devilite had a large estate lacking irrigation, which left him only losses in dry years. In the neighboring property lived another who a landowner, hopelessly in love with the first man's wife, whom he courted secretly from his husband, and constantly told her to leave with him. She replied to him that she would never abandon her husband, for she was a Christian and would never fail in her duties. Moreover, her husband was an excellent man and very kind to her. Then the knight called on the devil and told him that if he fulfilled the condition imposed by the lady of his neighbor at night, he would give over his soul within a year. But the knight pursued her for a long time, and the lady, to get rid of him, promised that if he provided abundant water at the bottom of his wife's well and endowed her with meals, in one night he would do as she wished. The devil promised to do so, and pricking a vein, he drew blood from him and had him sign a document to seal the pact. At midnight, there was a very loud noise in her husband's estate. He woke up his wife and asked, "Do you hear that noise?" He returned to the bedroom and asked his wife again what it all meant, and by insisting on his questions, he finally extracted the truth from her. Then he told her to go to the house of the suitor so that the devil might take him justly. The woman arrived at the other's house in tears and told him how her husband had ordered her to fulfill her promise. The gentleman replied, "Is your husband so honorable?" "What is it?" And she answered him, "He don't know, nor does it occur to me what it could be." The husband got up to see what was causing the noise, and he found that there was a complete set of mills in operation on his land, and that abundant water was flowing through numerous canals that did not previously exist. I will not be less than him. I respect you. Go. That moment the devil arrived and asked the farmer if he was satisfied, to which the farmer replied that since his wife's husband was so honorable that he had not allowed his wife to break her promise, he had not even dared to touch her and had ordered her to go home. The devil then said, so things are like this. No knight will defeat either of you. Take your deed. And he disappeared. And he disappeared. Everyone was content the enamoured knight, free from his criminal love, the husband with his wife, and the estate with good irrigation and mills. Told by Steve. Zoila Guerrero Gutierrez Protopia Floor, February 1923. A widowed lady had a very beautiful daughter, and they relied on a black slave named Pancho, a hard-working and good Christian. The girl grew in age and beauty, and the affection the black man had for his little one turned into love, but a love so great that Pancho couldn't eat, sleep, or find the courage to work. The poor black man prayed, sought solace in God and all his saints, hoping they would free him from that passion that consumed his life, but heaven remained silent and ignored his pleas. Despairing and with no other option, he left the house one night and went to the hill to call on the devil for help. I agree. And with blood drawn from his veins, he signed the document sealing the pact he had just accepted, which the devil presented to him the next morning early. The black man went to his master's house. The lady and the girl were on the balcony. The devil answered his call, and upon the black man's supplications, he replied, if you wish, I'll make Rositalis, the girl's name, fall in love with you and marry you, but within 20 years I'll come back to seek you out, and if you can't answer me 12 intertwined words, your soul will belong to me. That's acceptable. Pancho responded, beaming with joy. From then on, Rosada went around with Panchito everywhere, up and down, here and there. In short, everything was Panchito. When she saw him, the girl said to her mother, look, Mom, there comes Panchito. What is that about Panchito? Asked the mother, puzzled, as the young woman had always called the black man Fasico and treated him with certain disdain. But Rosita did not answer. They had to let her marry him because there was no remedy for it, but she had to leave the house with her black man, taking with her only an image of Saint Peter, of whom she was very devout, and that was the only thing they allowed her to take. Rosita lived very happily and in love with her Pancho, who did everything to make her life easier, working hard like a black man, truly, and making sure that nothing was lacking for his wife and their 4 children, 4 lovely mulattoes, who were the charm and joy of their marriage. But as the saying goes, all pleasure is temporary, especially when there's a contract involved. The time limit for the agreement was quickly approaching, and the devil made sure to appear from to time to remind Pancho, Pancho, I'll come to pick you up in a month. Pancho, you only have 15 days left before you come with me. Pancho, it's only 1 week left, etc. And poor Pancho was consumed by sadness, and no matter how he scrutinized his records, nobody knew the 12 double worded phrases that would save him from the devil's clutches. Rosita, noting how her husband suffered, begged and pleaded for what she loved most to know the reason for his pains, and only after repeatedly reiterating her pleas did he confess what had happened, and that just 2 days remained before the devil came to take him away. Rosita, as devoted to St. Peter as she was, told her husband, let us commit ourselves to the saint and place ourselves in his hands. I am sure he will deliver us from evil, for he has always shown me pity and brought me safely through all the dangers I have encountered. On the face of the poor black man and his wife, marked by tears, the intense pain that consumed them was evident. The silence was deep. Suddenly 3 knocks were heard at the door. Pancho went out. The one who was calling was a poor man with a hurtful voice, asking for shelter for that night. He had gotten lost, he said, and didn't know where to sleep. Rosita, who heard what they were saying from her seat, invited the man in and handed him a chair. And they both knelt before the image of the Prince of Apostles and prayed with all fervor. It was the last night that, according to the pact made with the devil, Pancho's life remained. He was an old man, bald, with a venerable and sympathetic face adorned with a thick and grey beard. Captivated by the old man's conversation, they had forgotten their misfortune and the imminent danger that threatened them, and as they listened, the hours passed insensibly. "All right," they said from outside. "Friend, tell me one. Although I am not your friend, but your enemy, I will tell you one. What is a one?" "The Virgin who was born in Bethlehem and always lived pure." "That's right. Now, friend, tell me the 2. When the clock began to strike 12, there was a strong knock on the door and a dry, shrill voice asking, "Friend, do you know the 12 strokes?" "Yes, I do," answered the old man, standing up and imitating Pancho's voice before he could respond. "Start asking, and I will answer you. Although I am not your friend, but your enemy, I will tell you both 2. What are 2? The 2 tablets of the law that God gave to Moses on Mount Sinai. 1. What is 1? The Virgin who was born in Bethlehem and always lived pure. Well, now, friend, tell me the 3. Although I am not your friend, but your enemy, I will tell you all 3. 3. What are 3? The 3 Marys who shine in heaven for our joy and happiness. 2. What are 2? 2. What are 2? The 2 tables of the law that God gave to Moses on Mount Sinai. 1. What is 1? The Virgin who was born in Bethlehem and always lived pure. Well, now, friend, tell me the 5. Although I am not your friend, but your enemy, I will tell you all 4. 4. What are 4? The 4 evangelists, St. Mark, St. Luke, St. Matthew, and St. John. 3. What are 3? The 3 Marys who shine in heaven for our joy and happiness. The 2 tablets of the law that God gave to Moses on Mount Sinai. 1. What is 1? The Virgin who was born in Bethlehem and always lived pure. Well, now, friend, tell me the 4. Though I am not your friend, but your enemy, I will tell you the 5. What are they? The 5 main wounds that wounded Jesus on the cross. 4. What are 4? The 4 evangelists, St. Mark, St. Luke, St. Matthew, and St. John. 3. What are 3? The 3 Marys who shine in heaven for our delight and joy. 2. What are 2? The 2 tables of the law that God gave to Moses on Mount Sinai. 1. What is 1? The Virgin who was born in Bethlehem and always lived pure. Well, now, friend, tell me the 6. Though I am not your friend, but your enemy, I will tell you the 6. What are they? The 6 candelabras that burned in the temple of Jerusalem. 5. What are 5? The 5 main wounds that wounded Jesus on the cross. 4. What are 4? The 4 evangelists, St. Mark, St. Matthew, and St. John. 3. What are 3? The 3 Marys who shine in heaven for our happiness and joy. 2. What are 2? The 2 tablets of the law that God gave to Moses on Mount Sinai. 1. What is 1? The virgin who was born in Bethlehem and always lived pure. Well now, friend, tell me the 7. Although I am not your friend but your enemy, I will tell you true. 7. What are 7? They are the 7 heavens. What are 6? The 6 candelabras that burned in the temple of Jerusalem. 5. What are 5? The 5 main wounds that wounded Jesus on the cross. 7. What are 7? They are the 7 heavens. 6. What are 6? The 6 candelabra that burned in the temple of Jerusalem. 5. What are 5? The 5 main wounds that wounded Jesus on the cross. 4. What are 4? 4. What are 4? The 4 evangelists, St. Mark, St. Luke, St. Matthew, and St. John. 3. What are 3? The 3 Marys who shine in heaven for our happiness and joy. 2. What are 2? The 2 tablets of the law that God gave to Moses on Mount Sinai. 1. What is 1? The virgin who was born in Bethlehem and always lived pure. Well, now, friend, tell me the 8 o'clock. Although I am not your friend, but your enemy, I will tell you the 8. What? They are the Beatitudes that Jesus preached on the mountain. The 4 evangelists, St. Mark, St. Luke, St. Matthew, and St. John. 3. What are 3? The 3 Marias who shine in heaven for our happiness and joy. 2. What are 2? The 2 tablets of the law that God gave to Moses on Mount Sinai. 1. What is 1? The virgin who was born in Bethlehem and always lived pure. Well now, friend, tell me the 9 o'clock. Although I am not your friend, but your enemy, I will tell you the 9 what? The 3 Marys who shine in heaven for our joy and happiness. 2. What are 2? The 2 tablets of the law that God gave to Moses on Mount Sinai. 1. What is 1? The virgin who was born in Bethlehem and always lived pure. They are the 9 months that the Word was incarnate in the most pure entrails of his holy mother. 8. What are 8? Here is the translation of the text from Auto to English. Blessings that Jesus preached on the mountain. 7. What are 7? They are the 7 heavens. 6. What are 6? The 6 candelabra that burned in the temple in Jerusalem. 5. What are 5? The 5 principal wounds that wounded Jesus on the cross. 4. What are 4? The 4 evangelists, St. Mark, St. Luke, St. Matthew, and St. John. 3. What are 3? 8. What are 8? The blessings that Jesus preached on the mountain. 7. What are 7? They are the 7 heavens. 6. What are 6? The 6 candles that burned in the temple of Jerusalem. 5. What are 5? The 5 major wounds that pierced Jesus on the cross. 1. What is 1? The virgin who was born in Bethlehem and always lived pure. Well, now, friend, tell me the 11. Although I am not your friend, but your enemy, I will tell you 11. What are 11? 11,000 virgins. 10. What are 10? The 10 commandments. Well, friend, now tell me the 10. Although I am not your friend, but your enemy, I will tell you 10. What are 10? the 10 Commandments. 9, what are 9? That the 9 months that the Word was incarnate in the most pure entrails of his Holy Mother. The 4, what are 4? The 4 evangelists, Saint Mark, Saint Luke, Saint Matthew, and Saint John. 3, what are 3? The 3 Marys who shine in heaven for our joy and delight. 2, what are 2? The 2 tablets that God gave to Moses on Mount Sinai. 9, what are 9? The 9 months that the Word was incarnate in the most pure womb of his Holy Mother. 8, what are 8? The 8 Beatitudes that Jesus preached on the mountain. 7, what are 7? They are the 7 heavens. 6, what are 6? The 6 candles that burned in the Temple of Jerusalem. 5, what are 5? The 5 principal wounds that wounded Jesus on the cross. 4, what are 4? The 4 evangelists, Saint Mark, Saint Luke, Saint Matthew, and Saint John. 3, what are 3? The 3 Marys who shine in heaven for our joy and happiness. 2, what are 2? The 2 tablets that God gave to Moses on Mount Sinai. 1, what is 1? The Virgin who was born in Bethlehem and lived always pure. Well, friend, now tell me the 12. Although I am not your friend, but your enemy, I will tell you 12. What are 12? The 12 apostles. 11. What are 11? 11,000 virgins. 10. What are 10? The 10 Commandments. 9. What are 9? The 9 months that the Word was incarnate in the most pure entrails of his Holy Mother. 8. What are 8? The 8 blessings that Jesus preached on the mountain. 7. What are 7? They are the 7 heavens. 5. What are 5? The 2 tablets that God gave to Moses on Mount Sinai. 1. What is 1? The Virgin who was born in Bethlehem and always lived pure, who said, 12 shall not pass to 13 until that one bursts, who, because of his bad deeds, well deserves it. The 5 main wounds that wounded Jesus crucified. 4, what are 4? The 4 evangelists, Saint Mark, Saint Luke, Saint Matthew, and Saint John. 3, what are 3? The 3 Marys who shine in heaven for our contentment and joy. 2, what are 2? Having finished saying these words, the old man felt a strong noise as if a barrel of gunpowder had exploded, the room filled with smoke, and a strong smell of sulphur made the 3 inside violently sneeze. Pancho and Rosita, overcome with holy fear, knelt before the elderly man, and when they lifted their heads a moment later, he had disappeared. This is the origin of the 12 doubled words, which the people without reason commonly call the prayer of Saint Cyprian, to which they attribute extraordinary powers against the devil, sorcerers, and all kinds of dangers. When the smoke dispersed, they saw before them the old man dressed in a long robe with 2 large keys in his right hand, and his head surrounded by a halo of light. He was the same one depicted in the image that adorned Rosita's bed head. Appendix I bibliography of the works cited in this volume to the one published in Popular Tales from Caraha, pp. 159, 2062, add the following works that are not mentioned in that publication. Cravada, Francisco J. Chile and the Chilotes, Studies of Folklore and Linguistics of the Province of Chilochile. Santiago University Press, 1914, Espinosa Aurelio. Popular Tales from Spain, collected from the oral tradition of Spain, with an introduction and comparative notes. Stanford University, California. Published by the University 923-1924. New Mexican Spanish Folk. Law V. Short Folk Tales and Anecdotes. the ancient Castilian version of Calila and Dimna, edited by the Royal Spanish Academy, Madrid, Suc. D. Hernando, no date. The population of Teotihuacan Valley, the environment in which its ethnic and social evolution has developed. Pages 142 of 147 of the Journal of American Folklore, Volksvernoxiv, April-June 1914, Grimm. Selected tales by the brothers, translated by Josle Moon Ozis Hermes. Illustrated edition. Madrid, Saturnino Calija, no date. Initiatives to improve their conditions by the Anthropology Department under the direction of Research Director Manuel Gamio. Contemporary Population. Graphics Workshops Directorate, dependent on the Secretariat of Public Education, Mexico, Memchinxi. Label ran orations, incantations, and spells of the Chilean people compared to those said in Spain, Santiago, Imper Cervantes, 1910. Contribution to the folklore of Carahuchile. First part, Madrid, 1916. Lemonich, Roberto. European fairy tales among the Argentinian Araucanians. Paris Lyric, 1907. La Plata, N.D. Montiel. C. Sudanese Contest. Paris Lyrics, 1905. Palma Ricardo. Peruvian Traditions. Old Cloth. Volume F. Barcelona, Montana Y. Simon, 1896. Paris, Gaston. The Tale of the King Rahampsonet's Treasure. Volume V. Poblit Egidio. Ronquillo, Cuentos del Domingo, Series IV, Valparaiso, Taleras Tipográficos de la Unión, 1916, Rodra, Gazmaran, Francisco. The Ingenious Nobleman Don Quixote of La Mancha, composed by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra, critical edition, annotated by Madrid, printed by the Review of Archives, Libraries and Museums, Maxvi. Tiaushea, Raz Minus, Il Orient in Edit. Legends and Traditions Armenian, Greek and Turkish. Paris Lyrics, 1912. Vicuus Ifantis, Julia. Mitos Y Superstitions collected from Chilean oral tradition with comparative notes to those of other Latin American countries. Santiago University Printing Press, 1915. Comparative Notes Part I. Wonderful Tales, Animal Stories, Anecdotes. 1. The Little Soldier Ref Cosquino. Jean Delair's Popular Stories of Lorraine, Vol. I. P. 1 and Notes, p. 627, Blady, Etienne Habel, Popular Stories of Gascony, Vol. I. p. 36, Espinosa, Juan del Oso, on pages 440, 40, and 441 of New Mexican, Spanish Folklore, I. Folk Tales, Ledgers, Long, Large, and Clairvoyant Collection of Popular Stories about Slave People, pages 241-258. Lens, The Bear's Son Araucanians, Establishment, page 261 and 350. Saye Billet, Gin Dealars, Literary Gold of High Brittany, pages 81 and notes, page 85-2. The Enchanted Fish of Veras de Machado, The Siren Only the Beginning, Spanish Popular Translation Library, Volume I, page 183. Bleda, The King of Crows, Popular Stories from Gascony, Volume I, page 14, Braga. Old Quericus, translated, Popular Stories Storm from Portugal, page 4, page Disparmet. 80. Chur, The Woodcutter's Daughter, There is a Black Servant. Popular Translation Review, Vovix V, page 505. Figueiredo Pimentel, The Giant's Life, Only the Beginning. Stories of Carochinha, page 385. The Enchanted Fishish Grandmother's History, page 100 and 138. Hernández de Soto, The Laundry Woman, Several Episodes, Spanish Popular Translation Library, Volume X, page 217. Hernández de Soto, The Castle of the Callous Doors, a bit, page 242. Legrand, The Lord of the Underworld, Collection of Greek Popular Stories, page 1. Mania, King Crystal, Italian Popular Stories, page 44, 3. The Thin and the Snake Blade, Idley Drac, Vol. I have popular contributions from Gascon, p. 227. It reads, Belle Janiton was approaching her 15th year. She was 100 times more beautiful than on any given day. When she combed her hair, grains of wheat fell from her locks by the bushel. When she washed her hands, double Louis d'Or coins and quadruples from Spain would fall from her fingers by the dozen. Carnoy and Nicolaides. The King's Daughter and the Bath Boy. Popular traditions from Asia Minor. P. 1 Rome 7. Figueredo Pimentel. The Girl Found at Sea. Hist da Absinha. P. Pop. Esp. Vol. I. P. 137. Pitra. The Two Sisters. Sicilian Folk Tales, Novellas and Collections. Vol. I. P. 85. Billa. Sibyllett. The Siren Contemporary Tales of Sailors. P. 197. 4. The Calm Basset. The Old Woman and the Fly, Berber Contis, P. 95. Baysack, 223 Van Gennep. Legend of Man, in which a tiny fish grew gradually until it barely fit in the sea and saved man from the flood. Religions, Emmas et Allier, Genders, Vol. I.P. 93. Climo, Belhalni Cont et L.A. Genders de Hungary, P. 178. More Thomas. The Little Snake Bible. History of Petit, Jin Q DBUF, Folklore of Mauritius Island, P. 34. Blady A. The Father and the Daughter Popular Canis from Gascony, Vol. IA, P. 243. The Father, the Mother, and the Daughter, IB, P. 246, IB, P. 249. Khalil I. Dimna, edited by the Royal Academy of PP of Spain, 289-291. Camps Y. Mercadal, Minorcan Folklore, Vol. I.P. 243 rates. The cat hunts the rat. A rat dug into a hole. Hole wind tightens the wind, makes the run. Clouds cover the sun. Sun turns to ice. Ice carves a broom. Carnoy. Key, Ku, and Q. Cocket, literal of Picardy, P. 207. Carloho. The Ant and the Snow, Portuguese Popular Contest, P5E. The Monkey's Romance, IB, P9. Espinosa. The Little Ant, More Folk Tales, P138. Figueredo. The Little Pimentel. Contos de Caracena, P393. La Galinida El Polito. Illustrated Library of Calija, EX. The Population of the Valley of Teotihuacan, When the Frog Wants to Enjoy, P. 396. Lemonich. The Dog and the Mouse, fourth tale of European fables among the Argentine Araucanians. Lens. A tale of a little bird called Walker, Araucanian folklore, P200, and note P320, Mason. The Eagle, Folktale Tales of the Tepicanos, P175. Mania, Miko, and the Legend of Tenioge, Popular Stories in Italy, pp. 89 and 91, or Ortoli. Pedalestu at Mustasina, Popular Stories from the Island of Corsica, P237. Pioneer Beget, Popular Stories from Poito, P291. The Tale of the Little Rat, P299. Pitra, Petida, Fairy Tales, Legends and Folk Stories of Sicily, Vol. Aya, P85. Ramaro, The Ant and the Snow, Popular Stories from Brazil, P208. 5. The Little Chicken Bladdy. Les Deniers, The Final Sting, Popular Stories from Gascony, Vol. I. P. 266. The Omelette or the Enchanted Canary, 40 goats, and a goat riding on a goat, Kant. Pop of the Nile Valley, P87. Brega. The White Rabbit, Kant. Trad of the Portuguese people, P78. C. A D. A Wheel of Rabbits, the Andalusian Folklore, P355. The Story of the Billy Goat and the King's Daughter, 1001 Nights, trans, by Blasco Ibs Vol. XX, P24. White Birds, Rev. Trad, Pop, Vol. XX, P124. Pitra, Mavisia Vol. I. P149. It is the third part of Apialius' story that refers to carrying the enchanted box meant to bring death to the princess, carrying to Hella box to Proserpina, asking for a bit of her beauty. Box returned by Proserpina to Siquus, which only contains a lethal vapor that, without Cupid's intervention, would have taken Siquus life. The story of the omelette or the enchanted cannery is one of many variants derived from Apuleius's fable, Cupid and Psyche. And although it has lost the prohibition of sight, two of the tasks Venus imposes on Psyche are represented by those that the old witch orders to be carried out by the princess, and they are almost identical. The first, filling a jar with tears from hummingbirds, is none other than the second of the Latin fable, filling a bottle with water from the fountain that feeds the Styx lagoon. The son. The king has a small ears coho, the prince with donkey ears, can't pop port, P 107 and can't. Knack crankers, P 33, T, che, raz, minus, the unseen east, Armenian, Greek, and Turkish legations and translations, P 2111. This tale differs little from the myth of King Midas of Phrygia in the contest between Satymarsias and Apollo over musical skill. The muses sided with Apollo, who played the lyre, while only Midas supported Marsyas, playing the flute. Offended, Apollo punished Midas by transforming his ears into donkey ears. Midas, ashamed, he hid them under a Phrygian cap, but despite his care, a slave saw them. Midas demanded silence, but this man, unable to bear the secret, dug a hole in the ground and cried out, "King Midas has ass's ears," and then filled it with the earth he had taken from. Soon after, cane plants grew at the same spot, which, as the wind moved them, whispered, "King Midas has ass's ears." 8. The body without soul, Cosquin. The gifts of the three animals, Vol. IP 166. And notes, pp. 170 and following, Andrews. The body without soul, Ligurian Tales, p. 213. Appel, Joao Cacaro, Io Campons Branco, Popular Russian Contes, p. 75. Basak. History of Corpse, Sans Medical Discours, Folklore of the Isle, Maurice, p. 358. Braga, Cravus, Rosas, E. Jasmine, Translated Popular Tales from Portuguese Culture, p. 20. Bruyan. The Young King essayed Rod, Popular Tales from Great Britain, p. 71 and notes, pp. 80-83. La Fille de la Mer, p. 84, and YI version, p. 95. Carnoy. The Body Without a Soul, or the Lion, the Pion, and the Ant. Oral Literature from Picardy, p. 275. Cohen. The Tower of Babylon, Popular Portuguese Contemporary, p. 34. Dispamit. Hamd, Son of the Widow, Review of Popular Literature, vol. XVI, p. 241. 101 Beauties, IB, p. 193. Dozon. The Three Brothers and the Three Sisters, Albanian Folklore, p. 131. Espinosa. El Caballero de la Pluma, New Mexico Spanish Folk Tales, p. 398. The Enchanted Princess, Spanish Popular Chronicles, pp. 295 and 297. Figueredo Pimentel. The Life of the Giant, only the final part. Kont, Der Carocina, p. 385. Klimo, The Wonderful Tree, Hungarian Folk Tales and Legends, p. 131. Prince Ambrose, IBP, 239. Lousel. The Body Without Soul, Popular French Chronicles, vol. I, p. 427. Makla. Badak Kanbogal, Armenian Folklore, p. 11. Mania. Viola, Only the End, Italian Popular Literature, p. 107. Petra, Lou Malakanata, vol. I, p. 224. Riviri, Moam Ben Sultan Rek. De Kant, p. Le Cabilam 87. On page 191, The Death of the Soulless Body, which in this tale is a ogre very disfigured. Say Billet. El Capitan Pedro, Cetos. Bretones, p. 130. E. The Giant of Seven Women, IB, p. 176. Vincent. Malbrook, Folk du Pays Basque, p. 89. The Sheep Girl Blade A, The Keeper of Dindons, Comte. Pop, Dealer Gascon, IP 251, only the Senpat. Pinilo, Annulet, Comte Pop du Poito, P 123, Trad Pop, 1913, P27. See also note 10, the 7 blind women Cosquin. In the introduction, PXX extracts a tale similar to that of the 7 blind, Gucha Y Sierra, Lorena Rosa or Tomasito Bevel, de las Trad. Pop, Esp, TI, P172. Dear Sparmet, in the tale Princess Hortain Evie of the Countess Mars, Collected Blighter, P292, it reads, if this beautiful prince wishes to take me away, he must bring me in person camel's milk in a skin bag made of lion skin. In tale V, the tortoise, P303, a king who wants to kill his youngest son to gain control of his wife, from whom he has fallen in love, tells his counselor. Your cunning has been of no avail. Find something else. Well, replies the counselor, ask the prince to bring the apple that perfumes the air and water that restores a man's soul. He must retrieve them from the Garden of Beautiful. 437 once the Sultan desired to drink Linus's milk from a bag of lion skin. A Populist Translation Review, Vol. XV. Donzone in La Lubiat la Belle de la Terra. Albanian continuation, P. And if the prince were to successfully bring him the requested apple and water, the king would ask for new counsel from his counselor, who advises, bring your son and order him to fetch lioness milk in a bag of lion skin. And in Talve, Elroy Biocheron, P. 87 tree. She, the Lubia, ate half of what the young man had brought, after which she went out and said, let him who owes me this favour present himself. And the young man, coming forward, answered, here I am. Immediately everything happened as the old man had foretold. In Vol, XI, P. 137 of 1001 Nights, a story told by the 11th Captain of Police to Sultan Baybars reads, and the doctors gathered and prescribed that he drink bear's milk contained in a skin bag of virgin bearskin, Pol 11, the Pintal Cosquin. Le Petit Posset, Vol. P147, and note on P150, Andrews, Ligpigurian continuation, P132, PTPL, P Teamaleto, 1861, Blader, Grain D. Millet, Gascon continuation, Vol. I-78, Braga, Manuel Feijó, Portuguese People's Tradition, P191, Carnoy, Pauthot, Oral Literature, Picardy, P167, Jean Lespiego, IB, P329, Caloho. History of the Corn Knight, Popular Portuguese continues, P80, Figueiredo Pimentel, The Little Finger, The Carachin Has Story, P. 1113 Legas, Russian Little Pauset, Collections of Slavic Popular Tales, P29, Vincent, Little Pauset and Mandu, Miller Piz Basque Folklore, P110 and 111, 12. The Three Councils, Braga. The Three Council, translated popular Portuguese stories, P199, Espinosa. Los Tres Concejos, New Mexico Special Folk Tales, P408, Andalusian Folklore, Note 8 on P80, Makler. The Son of the Old Woman, Armenian Collections, P139, Ortoli. The Smith's Sons and Dioli, Popular Stories from the Island of Corsica, P118. H. Tre Rigordi, IAP 391, and variants and references, P393. Rumra Tres Consulos, Brazilian Popular Stories, P25113, The Prophetic Bird, Cosquin, Oiseo de Verity Vol. I, P186, Andrews. L.I.C. Quaipal, Ligurian Collections, P193. Appel, Ia Abo Canta Ia Ave Kufala, Russian Popular Tales, P101. As Trezerms, IP 109 in Critique, P 115. Art and Patchett. L. Shatter Mohammed, Contemporary Popular Literature of the Valley of the Nile, P265. Bladier. The Singing Sea, The Dancing Apple, and The Little Bird That Says Everything, Contemporary Popular Literature of Gascony, Vol. IP 67, Braga. The King, Listener, Contemporary Translation of Portuguese Popular Literature, Vol. I, p. 85, and Notes Vol. I, p. 192. The King's Sisters, Ibid, p. 86. Figueiredo Pimentel. The Three Wonders, Contemporary Tales of Carochinha, p. 369. The Three Princes with Golden Stars on their foreheads, Ibid, p. 405, only the beginning. Hernandez de Soto. The White Parrot, Spanish Popular Literature, Vol. XP 175, Legrand, Tsitzina, Records of Greek Popular Tales, p. 77, Luzel. The Two Brothers and the Sister, Legends of Lower Brittany, Vol. I, p. 274. The Three Daughters of the Baker, or Water That Dances, Apple That Sings, and Truthful Bird. Contemporary Popular Literature of Brittany, Vol. I, p. 277. Macula, Silver Hair and Golden Curls, Armenian Popular Tales, p. 71. Mason. The Crowned Children, Folk Tales of the Tepecanos, p. 200. Pichare, Figs from the Cavulicidaru, Vol. IPP 16, and Various Findings, pp. 335. Ramrez, Jose Luis. El Agua Amarilla, El Focal, Andalas, p. 30514. Medium, Chicken Basset, Half a Cock Popular Berber Chronicles, p. Atria Notes, p. A387. Beauvais Armand, Half a Cock of Review of Popular Traditions, Vol. Sexy, p. 44. Another IB Vol. Sex, p. 44. Blaye, The Voyage of the Cock, Popular Chronicles of Gascony, Vol. IP 221. The Cock and Its Friends, Abib, p. 225. Canon, Roaster on a Journey, Oral Literature of Picardy, p. 211. Coelho. Opinto Borrachudo, Portuguese Popular Chronicles, 20. Figueiredo Pimentel, Historia de Pintinho, Historias de Eva Sina, p. 90. Lehman Nitsch. Do you want me to tell you the story of the Bald Rooster? In Review of Law, History and Letters, Buenos Aires, Orain. La Borsidor, Popular Chronicles of Il et Villain, p. 59. Pinot, Le Conte de la Petite Morte de Ducoc, Popular Chronicles of Poitou, p. 69. Pitria, Lumenzu, Gadozu, Vol. I, 77. Romero, Pinto Pelado, Comte, Pop, 15. El Barco de los Tres Hachazos, 16. Hemoshura del Mundo, El Castillo de los Tresuelezo, Unavios Opil, Vodorant Carp, Pop, Russos, p. Tuluanwai Creatica, p. 210. Blady, Linavia Marchand Sater, T.A., p. 12. Etienne Habel, E.B., p. 36. Figueiredo Pimentel, Du Brésil, p. 53. Say Billet, La Morte de Queen, La Morte de Cain, Comte, de Provinces de France, p. 281. Morte de Coq, Les Joyeuses Hist, de Bretagne, p. 205. The Hith Readers, Second Reader, D.C., Heth and Company, Boston, New York, Chicago, the Hefsteak, A. Upton, 2028, Cis Campaneros, Contos d'Arachena, p. 183, S. Lolas Hazanas de Camenwai de sus Campaneros, Grimm, et Epadrographo, Chugantos Ixos, p. 32, Luzel, Les Prix des Belms Comte, Pop de Basse Bretagne, TIP 146, et Lestroisville's de la Vue, B. I. P. 161, Les Compagnons Quae Vehement About de Tot, I. P. 296, Petit, Jean and the Princess Who Could Guess ID, I. P. 326, last episode, from P. 246, Mason. Animals, A. John, Puerto Rican Folklore, Folk Tales, Part I. P. 17, The Lice, Skin Garment Version, IBP 20, very disfigured. Pinot, The Tale of Little Shepherd, Popular Tales of Poitou, p. 35. In this tale, and many others, appears the episode of rabbits surrendering themselves to the hero to be taken outside the palace in the morning, released, and then returned with all of them in the afternoon. Also the episode of filling a sack with truth's Sai Billot, The Boat That Walks on Land and Sea, Breton Tales, p. 233, 717. The Tree of Three Golden Apples, Appel, The Norwegian Bug, Russian Popular Tales, p. 291. Only the first episodes, Kanoi. The Three Sons of the King, Oral Literature of Picardy, p. 89. Only the first part, Disparmet. The Joel in the Well, Popular Tales About Ogres, Vol. 1, p. 397. The Wounded Joel on a Rampage, IB, p. 406. Only the first part in both stories, Dozan. The Beauty of the Earth, Albanian continuation, p. 35. Klimo. The Fairy Bird, Hungarian continuations and legends, p. 265. Pinau, Golden Apples, popular continuation from Poito, p. 1. Riviere. The Three Brothers, recorded in Kabylian popular continuations, p. 234. Only the Beginning, 18. The Fisher's Sons, or The Tower of Toddas Cosquin. The Fisher's Sons, Vol. I, p. 60. The Beast with Seven Heads, I bid, p. 64, and notes pp. 6681. The Queen of the Fish, Vol. I, p. 56. Andrews. The Fisher's Sons, says two versions. Ligurian continuations, pp. 173 and 2253. Bassett. The Ogre and the Two Brothers New Berber Tales, p. 103 and notes pp. 304326. Blady. The Two Twins, Vol. IP 277. Braga. Tower of Babylon, translated popular continuation from Portuguese, p. 107. Bruier. The Daughter of the Sea, popular continuations from Great Britain, p. 84 and second version 95. Coelho. St. George, Portuguese popular continuations, p. 120. Espinosa. El Castillo de Irsy no Valvas, Dosas, Pop. The Two Brothers, records of popular tales from Cabalia, p. I'm wondering, the 9319. El Campadrito Leon, Petito Comado, Baysac. The Hare and the Tortoise at the King's Pond, Folklore from Mauritius. p. 2. Episode of the monkey playing cards with a clay monkey, and then sicking to himself after being hit. Espailloles, p. 289. Figueiredo Pimentel. The Witch Grandmother's Stories, p. 314. Distant Relative, Legrand. The Little Red Sorceress, records of popular Greek tales, p. 161. Mania, the Magician with Seven Heads, popular tales from Italy, p. 287. Pinod, The Fisherman, popular tales from Poito, p. 27. Riviere. Espinosa, The Rabbit and the Coyote, New Mexican Spanish folk tales, pp. 49. Figueiredo Pimentel. The Monkey and the Boy Scene of the Clay Monkey, History of Grandmothers, p. 217. The Panther and the Fox Scene, where the monkey asks, Waiter, shall I drink it? History from Grandma's House, p. 334. Lenzor, Story of a Fox and a Tiger, Arcanian Folklore, p. 89 and notes p. 315. Lyra, Carmen, Uncle Rabbit and Uncle Coyote, Tales from Aunt Panchita, p. 152. Mason. The Tar Baby, Puerto Rican Folklore, Folktales 1064. Ramiro, The Monkey and the Wax Boy, Popular Stories of Brazil, p. 3721. Chilindrin and Chilindrin Bassett. The Dexterous Thief, New Berber Tales, p. 149, and notes 351. Espinosa. Pedro de Erdemals v. More Folk Tales, p. London 32. The Two Thieves, New Mexican Special Folk Tales, p. 423. First episode, Hewitt. The Story of the Stolen Treasure. The Treasure of King Hampsonet in the Romance of Berenice. Review of Popular Editions, Vol. Sexy, p. 208. Legrand. Thieves by Nature, Records of Greek Popular Tales, p. 205. The Two Thieves, Review of Popular Traditions, Vol. XV, p. 323. Luzel, only the episode that begins the Chilean tale. Membroglia and Sproglia, Vol. Ia, p. 205. The Muratori and Their Sons, Vol. I, p. 210. Riviere, The Two Brothers, Read Two Chords of Kabyle Folklore, p. 13. Saibila, The Rat of Paris and Madrid, Breton Tales, p. 222. The Clever Thief, Popular Tales of Brittany, Vol. I, p. 351, p. variant 367. Padilla, Vicent, The History of the Old Arch, p. 393, Paris. The Story of the King Rohamps and Its Treasure, Pitra, The Sicilian and Naples Thieves, vol. I, p. 157, John the Valiant, The Cowboy Artin Patcher. So Haim El Leal, Popular Stories from the Valley of the Nile, p. 21, Gulchot and Sierra. Mariquilla, The Minister, in Library of Spanish Popular Traditions, vol. I, p. 149, Only Some Episodes, Mason. John and the Bandits, Puerto Rican Folklore, Folk Tales, p. 201. Pinon. Louis Bernard, Popular Stories from Poitou, p. 4923. The Enchanted Little Girl, Artin Patcher. The Three Sons of the Sultan, Stories from the Valley of the Nile, p. 103. Carnoy. The Three Chariots, French Contes, p. 83. The Needle, the Dog, and the Princess, I bid, p. 101. El Ranchero and His Three Sons, Population of the Valley of Teotihuacan, p. 309. Espinosa. The Monkey Princess, Popular Spanish Titles, p. 306. Figueiredo Pimentel. The White Kitten, History of Grandmama, p. 247. Married Witch, p. 3320. Lyra Carmen, La Mica, Tales of My Aunt Panchita, p. 46. Luzul Vol. The Hunchback and His Two Brothers Vol. IP 123. The Princess Transformed into a Mouse, p. 134. Pino. The White Cat, Popular Tales of the Witten, p. 101. Pitra. Jimmy Ruder Vol. p. 396 and Variant Readings, p. 399. Mason. Pedro and St. Paul, Folk Tales of the Tepicanos, p. 166-24. Gallon and the Giant Cosquin, The King of England and His Godson Vol. p. 30, particularly pp. 46-48. Golden-Haired Beauty, p. 290. Carnoy, The Three Brothers and the Giant. Litterian, Retreasures of Piccacady, p. 2241. Luzul, The Princess of Troncolane, Vol. IP 66. The Wizard Parrot, Vol. IP 231. Captain Lixer or the Satyr, Vol. IP 314. Montiel, Miranda and Bonet, Sudanese Con, p. 115. Petra. Tridacini, TIP. 290 in Variants and Verifications, pp. 295, 2-97. The Tale of a Princess, TI, p. 395. Riviri. Amor and Eek, Rev Pop. Tales from Kabyle, p. 225. Vincent. Malbrook, Folklore of the Basque Country, p. 8. Part of this tale corresponds to the Chilean story El Cuerpo sin Olma, and part to Galeran 25. Go Out on Sunday. Evening Pay version of this tale was published in Santiago in 1880 or 81. In El Nuevo Ferrer Carol columns by the renowned writer Pedro Payares, who signed his works with the pseudonym Cephas. Another version appeared in Lira Chilena, No. 7th of July 1895, and finally a sixth collected in Provence by Mrs. Barata Revillo di Sorniri in El Paneca, Santiago's No. 310, October 26, 1914. Also see Brewer. Legend of Knockgrafton, Popular Literature of Great Britain, p. 2 and 6. Carnoy, June 25, 1899, with the title Yusvan Y. Mulet, or The Legend of Sunday 7, by the Ecuadorian writer Arias says, Sanchez, another in 1891, in the newspaper La Nacion, if I remember correctly, by Justo Abel Rosales, a fourth on November 2, 1892, in El Colono de Angle by Clement Barahona Vega, a fifth by the same Barahona Vega, in Ser de Concepcion No, Les Lutens et les Dex Bosses, Literary Works of Picardy, p. 18 and Notes, p. 37. Presently, Bossuet les Kurrigans, Popular and Legendary Tales of Morbihan, Review of Popular Translations, Vol. XYP, 343. Les Gins et les Diux Bosses, Ibid, p. 6010. Heron. Les Bosses et les Naines Fairy Tale, from Belgian Luxembourg Review of Popular Translations, Vol. XP 285. The Two Hunchbacks Fairy Tale from the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, Rev. Destrad. Pop. Vol. XI. P. 128. Luzul, The Two Hunchbacks and the Dwarfs, Pop. de la B, P549, Vincent. The Two Hunchbacks, Folklore du Pays Basque, PP 1426, Bretagne, Vol I, P251. The Night Dancers, two versions, Ibid Vol I, the P 103 and 115, Palma, going on a Sunday 7, Peruana Strad Vol, Iv, P34. Pitra, Luska Parui Ludaivuli Vol. I, P94, Rodriguez Marin, a note 21, P318 of Vol. V of Don Quixote 1916 ed. Sabillet, The Sorcerers of Cuir-Cont. Dis Paysans at Dis P-Fiend Shears, PA305. The Sorcerer's Cats, I bid, P311. The Two Curvy Ones, Breton Tales, P252. Sirrah, The Two Hunchbacks and the Enchantments of Buret Rev. Detrad, Pop. Vol, The Enchanted Lolita. This tale has a close connection to the numerous stories common to all popular literatures, featuring three grateful animals, usually a lion and a bird, who vie for a prey, often a dead animal, and give to the one who agrees a hair, a nail, a leg, and a feather, respectively, allowing them to become invisible, fly, and perform other wondrous feats. Or three men possessing talismans with the same power, from which, through deception, the hero manages to gain possession. To the very known and numerous tales featuring this episode, I will add only those published in the interesting collection titled Popular Tales Spanish Collected from Oral Tradition in Spain, by Aurelio M. Nosart. No 127, Donkey's Head, P258. No 128, Castle of Oropai, P260, and no. No, I do not remember having encountered in my readings a tale featuring three of three animals instead of or three men. However, there are numerous stories that conclude with the theme where the hero or heroine relate that they had a chest with a golden key that they lost, and they had a silver one made, not as precious as the other. And later they found the first one, and they asked which one to prefer, etc. 130, the Elizabeth Seven Shirts, P267. And additionally, Cosquin Les Dons Destroys Anne MIXT, I-66. Fortune I, PI-128 Losel. L Hell, Hively Rotalet, Comp Pop, DB. B. Brittany Vol. I. PP 245, 246, 27. The Devil and the Farmer Bloody. The Goat and the Wolf Vol. I. P 159. Brega, O Compatible Popular Chronicles of the Portuguese People. P 75. Carnoy. Saint Crippen and the Devil, Oral Literature of Picardy. P 62. 28. The Lion and the Man Bladder. The Lion and Our Lord, Popular Chronicles of Gascony Vol. I. P. 163, Public Ronquillo. The Word of Man, Sunday Stories, if Series P. 163, 29. The Three Brothers Who Went Out to Learn to Speak Carnoy. Three-Redded Men, Oral Literature of Picardy, P. 264. Climo, The Devil and Three Slavic Boys, Hungarian Legends and Tales, P. 277. Sae Bilot. That's Yos Gentlemen, Oral Literature of Haute Bretagne, P. 110. The Foolish Lord and His Foolish, Foolish Sons, Joyful Stories of Brittany, P. 1165. 30. The Three Gangsters, Braga. The Three Gagas, Popular Chronicles of the Portuguese People, Vol. I. P. 179, Espinosa. Short Folk Tales and Anecdotes, No. 34, P. 144. Roasted Lamb, Spinoza. Juan Sin Maido, New Mexican Folklore, I. Folk Tales, P. 2932. The Coca and 33. The Peanut Seller, Spinoza. Short Folk Tales and Anecdotes, No. 36, P. 144. I. Pop Myths, Traditions, Story 3. The Calchona Vicua Sifuentes, Le Calcona Mitos Y Superstitions, P. Ages 21 and 334. 6. The Widow Cavada, La Viuda, Chile y los Chiler, P1, Vicua Sifulis, La Viuda, Midos, Y Superstitions, P92. 7. The Long Woman Cavada, La Viuda, Chile y los Chilotes, P100. A. Pigachin Cavada. El Puchin O Pigachin. Chile Y Los Chilotes. P102. Vicua Sifuentis. El Pichan Mitos Y Superstitions. P80 and 339, 13, 14, 15. The Sirens Cavada. La Pincoya. Chile Y Los Chilotes. P102. Vicua Sifuentis. Las Serenas. Mitos Y Superstitions. P85, 17. Puduhulagan Note on the Skin. P239. Cavada, Elamanta, Chile, Wylos, Chilotes, P and O4. Vicula Sifuentis, El Curo, Mitos Y Superstitions, P Aegis, 30A 335, 19A 31. Witch Stories, Vicula Sifuentis, Witches, Myths and Superstitions, PP, Fighty, 23. The Man Who Wanted to Fly Espinosa. The Witch of Granada, Popular Spanish Accounts, P. 345. The Witch of Ciorobo, IB, P. 346-36. Treasures Vicuna Sifuentis. To discover and extract treasure myths and superstitions, P206. 39-43. The Devil deals with the devil Vicua Sifuentis. The Devil, Myths and Superstitions, PP. 47-52 and 196-43. The 12 repetitive words Laval. The 12 repetitive words oracles, encyclopedia and conjuration, P98. Of the foreign works that deal with the 12 repetitive words, I will only mention Venansoens because the Basque tale at its core is the same Chilean story that was referred to in P. Aflor. Conta to the Folklore of Carahue, first part, P31, Vicua Sifuentis, Myths and Superstitions, PP 133, 156. No, Vincent, 36. Those Mistos Res, Folklore du Pays Basque, P11. The rest are cited in the comparative notes that, in the book cited from Vicua Sifuentis and Laval. Appendix, vocabulary of words and phrases that appear in this book with a meaning different from that given the academic dictionary or not found in it. Agreement. Short leather lace. To come to an agreement. Informal. To think accolado. Shamefaced, embarrassed. Grip. To take, grasp, catch, even gently. Water. To see one under water. Very astute, skilled. Alkeota. Keot cider. Alalado, scared, amazed, dazed, ecstatic. Pin, hook pin, unmissable, alto. Increase, vogue, high, very high. Bind, animate, to spur on. Tools, equipment, send Aesop, tighten up and run, to set in motion, afflicted, right? Informal, to approach, to add, to ignite, to light. A giro, informal, whole. Azulazo, below given with an azul, a metal tool. Bar, a trap, third, a sep, shovel. Where there is a captain, there is no sailor. A reference advising respect, obedience, and submission to superiors. Cara, face or stamp. Face or reverse in a coin. Car, fita. Interjection, oh my goodness, from I see I spitter, which means, oh my goodness. Karen, large cart used for transporting materials. Kaisus, good and a strong man. What a strong man. Cacho, horn, calzones, vulgar pants, campoista, one who tends to cattle and horses on large farms that have campaigns. Siavi amo, silk, cotton, cappuccito, a very common plant of the Calsulria genus, which grows by the sides of streams. Capitan, iron bar, even if not thick sufficiently. Much. Bota. To throw. Tosk. Knock down. Boya. To be on the mark, to be precise. To be of good luck, to succeed in everything. Bandar. Good hit. Considering how foolish I am. Wow, I'm stupid. Benoin. 10 in a rosary. Corsio. Light meal generally consisting of meats, deli items, wine, etc. Zuila. National dish highly regarded. The recipe to make it is found in any of the numerous cookbooks printed in the country. Sibar made. To prepare it, put the necessary yorba, mati leaves and sugar, along with other ingredients usually added such as cedron leaves, lemon or orange rinds. Its cessor into the vessel in which is consumed. In child, mate is enjoyed with sugar, sequin. Increase of sequia, a wide canal that carries a large flow of water. Sun, cigarro. Cigarette, cinco. Silver coin lately made of nickel worth 5 cents. A peso is composed of 100 centavos. Clara, claras del dawn hour, with the light of dawn. Cobija, commonly used for blanket or bedspread. Cogolo, the top part of trees. Cola, to go, leave, or flee with the tail between the legs. It is a Spanish phrase meaning to go somewhere in a hurry. Condenado, evil, like a condemned man. In abundance, contesta. Commonly used, response. Many more. Common expression, quantims tantum est quanto, against. To give the contrary opinion. To contradict, disturb, or take a different stance. Andes mountain range. The Andes is, by definition, the range of the Andes, flowy, said of a river or stream with a strong current. To run away. Common expression, cora. Thing. Your things. What things do you have? Good thing, an exclamation expressing admiration, feeling, or displeasure. To roll down. To hit oneself and fall to the ground. Without Christ. Without money, not a cent. Quadra. Square. Zamacuca. A popular Chilean dance, but not as described in the dictionary of the Academy, as it is far from ridiculous, nor do indigenous people, Zambos, or Chuchumicos dance it. Body. To move or shift the body. Swift and light. Cured. Drunk. Intoxicated. Chamarascas. Chamarasca. Dates. Chancha. To make a chancha. To create novelos, a type of cattle. Lock. Chape. Common expression. Trenza. Dry meat. Taisajo. Carn cut into large, thin slices, salted and dried in the sun. Charkia. To cut the meat into very thin slices to dry it in the sun and make charqui. Chorcha. In colloquial language, rarely pronounced at the beginning of words, e.g., say, does not sound in endings ado, ida, ido, o, odo, udo, yuda, e.g., pesco, keo, alamia, perdio, sala, tortu, mo, emblo, peo, pella, nor at the end of words, majest, merce, the common name for a 20-cent peso coin. Chepa, Josephine, Josephina, Chiquito dim, of Chiquito, choclo, corn cob, choca, commonly chochoka, cooked corn dried in the sun, ground in a pot, chuka, to take it out crooked, to go wrong with someone in any matter, chupetada, commonly chupada. D. It is pronounced before a diphthong and after the concurrence of two vowels of which the second is weak god. Det, Ada, Adelaide, Aleda, each one cad, you know. There are some exceptions. Below. Below, in a low voice, finger. Letting one's finger go into one's mouth. To make foolishness, nonsense, to be deceived. Leave. You left yourself say, you dared to say, because of vulgar, for because of what you hadn't eaten. You hadn't eaten. Wax, as in aftercare. Vulgar for dessert. Slowly. Diminution of slow, in a low voice. Dispatcher. Owner or administrator of a dispatch, i.e. grocery store. Devil. Thus the devil pays him who serves him well. Very common French phrase used to express complaint about ingrates. Diantra. As a diantra. As a devil. 10 as in currency. A silver coin worth 10 cents. Diminutives. In child, diminutives are overused. A lady named Mercedes is called Merceditas even if she's 60 or more years old. A little boy is small, tiny, tiniest chirping, chittering, chico. Co. little one, very small, ultra small. A beggar asks for a quarter, a dime, a nickel. Whether they are diminutives or not, they are always 5 cents, 20 cents, 20 cents. God, without being a cowboy, surrounds everything. He teaches that God arranges things so that they turn out well. Where, at, in the house of, with what, put them. To leave, to go out, covered, has grass on it, and danantis and inantis. Before, a little while ago, endoga, vulgar, to give, to direct, to go to walk, in simismento, absorption, in one of those, in this, cover them up. He said, estantino, intestines, facia, to put on a face, to prepare to do something, faulty, peddler, fiero, iron, to flee, to run, hid to the hide, and seek, a boy's game, fear, being cured of fears, not to be scared of anyone or anything, sperma, stearin, spermic candle, steering candle, it's because mulatilla, that can be suppressed without compromising the meaning of the sentence it is in. In Chile, the term aero is only used for chemical or pharmaceutical products, iron carbonate, iron sesquibromide, iron and quinine syrup, or diiron, with some people also saying fiero. In these cases, fiesta, to be having a good time, to have lots of joy, food and drinks, flacicento. Dim, form of flaccio, thin. Fondo, large cauldron. To bother, frito. Humbacked, crushed out of tune, ruined, lost, fuego. To make a fire, to light charcoal or wood. Forty, strong and ugly, much and strongly. Futa. For someone to come across the right shoe for them, to win it for someone, grotero, he who attacks another with a stick, oh, gochito. Noun, gocho. Noun, gocho. Gara, night bird of the family of sandpipers. Ardea, gargura, garguata. Stomach, belly, gutter, morning guide. The morning star, habeloso, skillful, habla. To be well spoken, diminutive of huacho, gentle wacho. Illegitimate son, child who has lost its parents, animal that attaches itself to a home and roams freely throughout it, horta. Garden, indino. Vulgar for indignant. Inquilino, to be attentive, well-mannered, to speak correctly. Hatazo, hata much. Hebra, by the thread one unwinds the ball. Spanish proverb per ale, halo, si saca el ovilo, who. Vulgar vocative for man, hombre. Man prepares and God shoots, said playfully instead of the man proposes and God disposes. Hochito. Worker who lives on a rural estate where accommodation and a small plot of land are provided in exchange for work benefiting the employer. Jasmine. Bring those 5 jasmines. Familiar phrase used to ask for someone's hand to greet or congratulate them. Jote. Common bird with green plumage that can easily repeat words or phrases taught to it. Psittacus cyanlysos. Luch. Seaweed suitable for eating. Uva luch. Luz. Not having lights of a thing. Unseen. Undistinguishable. Machoed. All closed up like a machote, very tightly closed. Majestad, his sacred majesty. Kind of vulture that feeds on dead animals. Cathartes aura, vulture aura. Jaw, informal, to play. Just joaring. Ingest, junta, door joint. Ajar, lesillo. Leather strap used to secure cargo to animals. Lecher, to milk. Lesera, nonsense prank. Loro raya, informal, Laura, his most holy and royal majesty. Mamita, informal, mother, grandmother. Also, this treatment is given out of affection to any elderly person. Send. Gittle hand. Dim, of hand. Little hand, tiny hand. White delicacy. Sweet made with milk, sugar, and vanilla or some other spice. Hand. He who commands, commands, and hand on the holster. Refer, advising obedience to a superior. Wonder. Plant composed of the Sinanthras. Helianthus anus. More. Another in phrases like this. He had no choice but medium, large, better. To be the best. To be the most beautiful, the most good, among several. Macha. Vulgar. Mimic. Shit, little toe. Put it. Vulgar expression used to agree well, it's fine. Get in. Mix in. Molder. Vulgar. Nonsense. Shit, heap. Much. Nothing. Nothing. No. In the know. Otherwise, if not otherwise, no more. Expression that can usually be omitted without losing the sense of the sentence, although sometimes used to emphasize a statement. Little one. Dim. Dinanquita, which is itself from Nanka. Dumb. Chato. Yes, no. Vulgar. Lord. Ears. A slice of dried membrillo. Horstinger. Common nettle in the country with long, very irritating hairs. Urtica magellanica. Horstinger kiana. Horstinger. Dark skin. To get someone's dander up. To bother, punish, or maltreat someone with blows. Stop. To stand up from one's seat. To rise. Wall. The walls have ears, and the bushes eyes. It emphasizes the caution required when speaking or performing any action, as it often happens that there are witnesses without one realizing it. The Academy brings the expressions, the walls hear, the walls have eyes. Part. Vulgar, to fight for it, to snatch it from someone's hands. Border, sorrow, grief. Peeper. Josepha, Josephina. Miniature, carnivorous bird, Strix cunicularia. Kind pastry, filled with a little onion, fat, and chili pepper inside, tiny. A seller of miniatures, fish. Exceptionally, the word pez is used in Chile, but the common people never use it. Pequena, sting. To pikenia. To sting. Foot. To take a step back. To assert oneself, to prepare for a fight. Goat's foot. To send someone away to a good part. The euphemism for saying they should go to hell. Leg. Vulgar. Leg. Foot. Patifrio. Surprised, amazed, frightened. Dummy. Turkey. Stupid. Fart. Dim. Of peel. A common name in Chile for fart. Peeler. Flat site devoid of vegetation. Bold. Nothing. To grab something. Composite device consisting of 3 rods tightly bound at the top and resting on the ground forming a tripod. The space between the 3 rods is filled with large stones or sacks of sand. Well then, quiltro, ordinary puppy, a little rascal. Quite. To make a dodge, to turn the body away. Quizas, according to its etymology, as if one were saying, who knows? Ratten, rat. Reinforcement at sea. Game in which a boy chases others who run from him until he catches one. Pimio, voga pygmy. Pisada, without loose steps. To follow someone's steps. Plantetantedo. Well, planligant. Polera, skirt. Poto, rear end, buttocks, prendador, tie clip. Puss. Several of these devices placed side by side form a kind of bank that is used to deflect the flow of streams, creeks, Sequion's wide irrigation channel that carries a great volume of water. Pyra. Common stone, pebble, pilas all, the particle prefix to an adjective, accompanied by well, very much too serves the common folk to express the superlative degree. Vulgar, kingdom. Rimola. To party. To hand drinking excessively and dancing cueca to the sound of harp and guitar. Repulus. To feel sorrow with anger. Repent. Suddenly. Vulgar suddenly. Requite. Performs the same function as the particle re. Rishulo. From a silence without resting, without pausing. Roto, never lacking broken one for a tear in the fabric. Serendi curo, and half of dried co-hide that preserves its convex shape. Summa, amount. Suspiro, in a breath, in an instant, soon. Susto, padre, a very big fright. Tata, vulgar, father. One finds a partner easily. Salcio, vulgar thief. Saporiero, I haven't found anyone to explain what kind of frog this is. Sazana, to add the necessary salt to stews so they taste good. Similero, a large amount, a multitude, see, or yes, sir, indeed. This term is also used out of affection for any elderly person. Tamazo, increase in size, very large. Tamian, also tenka, a common little singing bird. Mimus thenka, land, to roll the land. To travel, to go on adventures, tinka, to sense. Tyro, beverage made with toasted wheat flour, fresh water and sugar. Last. Until the last. Finally, one. Where there is one, there is another. Family expression denoting that a person easily finds someone else with the same qualities of knowledge. Vela, etc. Leave us. Informal, let's go. Whip in the context of cooking utensil. Dim. Of wand, this last word used only when referring to length measurement of 0.836 m. Verbs in ear. The common people change this ending to pity myself. I pity myself. Let's pity ourselves. Verse, informal stanza. Lifen. To the shoot, to the little shoot right away, immediately. To tuitito. Of everything dim. Take, drink wine or another alcoholic liquor. Tortilla. Sourdough bread cooked on the embers. Hurry. Informal, walk quickly and take long steps. Everything. Informal, bird's leg. Opo. Thinny and the snake 17.4. The 10, old 26.5. The little rooster 29.6. The omelette or the enchanted canary 32.7. The king has a tiny bit 43.8. The bodie without soul 46.9. We call it frutamora. To shoot someone with something. Vulg. To take a shot at him. Index I part. Wonderful stories, animal stories, anecdotes. Pages. 1. The little soldier 5.2. The enchanted fishy 12.3. Spend a good life. Life surrounded by all kinds of comforts. Have one cat's life. This is the Spanish proverb, have 7 lives like cats. Aging. Informal old man. You informal. Turn. Around the corner, vogue. Very close. Yeah, baba. Yeah, baba. Yeah, mate. Zazamara. It's the Spanish bramble. The little lamb 51.10. The 7 blind men 58.11. The little fruit 66.12. The 3 tips 7.2.13. The tree of the 3 golden apples 32.18. The predicting parrot 80.14. The half chicken 93.15. The boat of the 3 hacks 99.16. Beauty of the world, or the castle of the 3 tiles, Enra 9.17. The children of fishermen, or castler, or the castle of the crossbeams, you will go, and you will not return 19. Little lion burnt poor 154.20. The mischief maker 106.21. Chilin and Chilindran 169.22. Juan Brave, the one with the little cow 179.23. The enchanted sprout 183.24, Galian and the giant Hun 90.25, go out on Sunday 7.21.26, the enchanting Lorita 213.27, the devil and the peasant 288.28, the lion and the man 210.29, the 3 brothers who went to learn to speak 218.30, the 3 lies 38, the little one and the frog 39, the gyro and the little frog 40, the gueros and the frog ipot, myths, traditions, cases 1. The kitten 2, the chumaco 3, the big woman 4, another version 5, another version 6, the widow 7, the 3 wit women 2D931, roasted capon 232, the coconut seller 22033, the little egg seller 2 and 2D34, the story of the 3 deads 222, The sacristan who speaks to the full 36. Why the Joker has a head and neck without feathers, 37. El Mujalaga, 235, the long woman, 8. El Picachin, 235, Pichin, 9. La Cuckatoo, 35, Q10. El Cabrovijo, 236, the old goat, 11. El Humber Tiger, 2T36, the Tiger Man, 12. El Perilin Contadon, 37, the Enchanted Pear Tree, 13. La Kiva de Lania, 238, the Girl's Cave, 17. La Laguna de Pudohul, 239, Pudahul Lagoon, 18. La Serena del Rocato, 2037, the River Cato, Siren, 14. La Serena de Aculio, 237, the Aculo, Siren, 15. La Laguna de Tagua, 238, Tagua, Lagoon, 16. La Laguna de las Tres Pascuales, 240, Lagoon of the Pascuales, 19. La Chuva de la Mula, 241, and the Mule's Cave, 20. And translated, the Punished for 241.21, the Vengeful Frog 222, the Cave of the Quills 2042.23, the Man Who Wanted to Fly 243.24, the Sorcerer's Absence 244.25, the Bruises of Pumo 24-26, the Appearance of the Snake 246.27, the Merchant Turned into a Donkey 246.28, the Knight Who Wanted to Learn Witchcraft 247.29. The Shoemaker Who Turned into a Rooster 249.30. The Rose of the Clara Nuns 252.31. The Knight Who Was Transformed into a Horse and then in a Turkey 253.32. The Goat from Bira Street 256.33. The Girl with the Big Eyes 34. The Shadows 35. The Mover's Wrist 36. Treasures. The Burial of the Orange Tree 37. The Two Travellers 38. The Cleric 39, to the Boy 40, the Dancing Devil 41, the Devil's Son 42, and Pop B, here any person listening to the story is named. The Generous Devil 12, Doubled Words 267, Bibliography 275, Comparative Notes 277, Vocabulary 294, Index 303, Notes. The vocabulary of Chileanisms found in these stories, and the comparative notes will be at the end of the collection. This is one of many formulas used to begin these narratives and belongs to the chacharas or machutemes, names given to a string of words and expressions without meaning that are contained within. See Annex I of My Stories from Carahue. C, it is usually said all in one breath without stopping or taking a breath when expressing the tenquita's complaints. D, in this tale, the same words used by Gonzalez when narrating it have been transcribed, but not as she pronounced them. G, whatever is presumed literary in this version, surely it is not decoration superior to the descriptions, reflections, and picturesque forms that Liberona gave to the narrative. Whoever wishes to impose the narrator's pronunciation, see the April 1909 issue Teak CAF 5 and 26, 5 and 38 of the Revista de Derecho, Historia y Letras from Buenos Aires, where it was published with phonetic spelling and comments. E, the Little Toe. F, he died, a bag of bones, lifeless. It may be that I have changed some out of forgetfulness of the originals, but they are not my inventions, rather hazy reflections after 40 years have passed, but faithful representatives of the impression caused by the tale on a 13-year-old child. Rengifo H, Master True, and Zito, who seasoned his stories with more or less tasty comments, added the following one time. Several workers were gathered after work, and among them was one who was bald and smooth-headed, and another who pretended to be a poet. He said, to friend Pedro Antonio has happened what happened to Jota. By eating the best catch, he lost his mind and his scalp fell out. What remained as a proverb, and is said to those who are bald. Icuro or manta leather or blanket is a type of thick skin or fabric spread across the bottoms, rivers and lagoons, attracting people, animals, and small boats that come within its reach. Simply the proximity of any living being irritates it, and it rises and retracts, gripping between its folds anyone unfortunate enough to approach it, who inevitably perishes by drowning. Kuro or manta feeds on its victims. FJ, the explanation that our Carpen died burst is unnecessary, for he would have likely spent his weekly wage having fun in the homes of poor families, in those places where alcohol abounded as our people do at such gatherings. Whoever went too far during one of these revelries, whoever lost their life and was accidentally or intentionally run over by a cart, was not an uncommon occurrence in those times and regions. These tales of witches and many others would have certainly served to cover up or excuse murder in the eyes of country folk or gullible people. Rengifo, K's small town in the Victoria Department, province of Santiago, known for having had many witches, and according to some people they still exist there. LC P234, no, 6. M, common name for Diphila spinacoda, and this legend was referred to me in 1910, but I didn't note the name of the person who told it to me. The same observation must be made regarding those without news about the informants and those that simply indicate the year they were told. As in the popular tales of Carahue, and for the reasons as expressed there, I begin by first setting Cosquin, whenever in his popular tales of Lorraine there are stories related to those published in this volume. Level. P from this tale comes the famous phrase so common in Chile and other Hispanic American countries, salir con su domingo seed, which applies to those who say, or do things out of reason. Membrado honjuri ismus, third ed. Cuentus populares in Chilevo ram ne, ram nominio Chilean folklore review volume X. 70 attributes this saying to the fact that Sunday has never been the seventh day of the week, and therefore it is logical to say that Domingo seat means nonsense, absurdity. The Academy's dictionary, and with it the other dictionaries, when they state that Sunday is the first day of the week, are merely recording a fact recognized for centuries. End of Project Gutenberg's Popular Tales from Chile by Ramón 1923, Folk Tales Popular in Chile collected from oral tradition by Ramón A. Orations, incantations, and spells of the Chilean people, compared to those said in Spain, Santiago Impa, Cervantes, 1910, Contribution to the Folklore of Carahue, Chile, first part, Madrid, 1916, Lehman Nichich, Roberto, European Fairy Tales Among the Argentinian Araucanians, Perux, 1907, Volume V, La Plata Nindiman Antil, Sia Sudanese Contis, Paris Lyrics, 1905. Palma, Ricardo, Peruvian Traditions, Old Clovers, Volume F. Barcelona, Manisim, 1896. Paris, Gaston, The Tale of the King, Roy Hampson, Its Treasure. Poblit, Egidio, Ronquillo, Cuentos del Domingo, Series Iv, Valparaiso, Taler Sicaros Tipra, Ficos de la Una, 1916, Rodriguez Maran, Francisco, The Ingenious Nobleman Don Quixote of La Mancha, composed by Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Critical edition, annotated by Short Leather Lace. We call it fruta mora. To shoot someone with something vogue. To take a shot at him, index I part, wonderful stories, animal stories, anecdotes, pages. 1. The Little Soldier 5-2, The Enchanted Fishy 12-3, Thinny and the Snake 17-4, The 10-Year-Old 26-6-5. To come to an agreement, informal to think, accolado, shamefaced, embarrassed, grip, to take, grasp, catch even gently, water to see one underwater. Very astute, skilled, Alkeoda, Keotsida, though scared, amazed, dazed, ecstatic, pin, immiscible, altezo. Increase, vogue. High, very high. Fine. The Little Rooster 29.6. The Omelette or the Enchanted Canary 32.7. The King has a tiny bit 43.8. The Body Without Soul 46.9. The Tree of the Three Golden Apples 132.18. The Little Lamb 51.10. The Seven Blind Men 58.11. The Little Flute 66.12. The Three Tip 72.13. The Predicting Parrot 80.14. The Half Chicken 93.15. Boat of the Three Hacks 99.16. Beauty of the World or The Castle of the Three Tiles 109.17. Joanne Brave, the one with the little cow 179.23. The Children of the Fisherman or The Castle of the Crossbeams, You Will Go and You Will Not Return 19. Little Lion Burnt Paw 154.20. The Mischief Maker 166.21. Chilindrin and Chilindrin 169.22. El Humber Tiger 236. The Tiger Man 12. El Peril in Canada 237. The Enchanted Pear Tree 13. La Muja Laga 235. The Long Woman 8. El Pigachin 235. 9. La Cuca 235. Cuca Tent. Calbro Vijo 236. The Old Golem. La Serena del Rio Cato 2037. The Ribito Siren 14. La Serena de Aculiar 237. The Aculio Siren 15. La Laguna de Tagua 238, Tagua Lagoon 16, La Cuva de la Nina 238, The Girls Cave 17, La Laguna de Pudo Hule 239, Pudo Lagoon 18. Bobbier, here any person listening to the story is named. The Generous Devil 12 doubled words, 267 bibliography, 275 comparative notes, 277 vocabulary, 294 index, 303 notes. The vocabulary of Chileanisms found in these stories, and the comparative notes will be at the end of the collection.